o'clock. My people rang me up a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I've got people and a phone and a grasp on the passage of time. Yeah, they rang me up, said, Tim, will you go on Ruth Jones' show? They want you to sing a song. It'll be fine, fine, fine. But the problem with my particular oeuvre is that half my songs are 5 minutes and over. And the wisdom here at the BBC is that viewers switch off if you go past 3. And a lot of my songs have a bit of bad language, which causes the viewers untold anguish. It seems their tolerance for smuttiness is reserved for pussy puns on Are You Being Served? And so I need a song that only goes for 3 minutes without no bums or blasphemy in it. A lovely little song specifically written for the delicate skin of middle-class Britain. I need a song with a chorus and a verse with no nasty-ass cussing and a cussing. I'm a little too lewd and a little too long. I gotta find myself a 3-minute song. And they said, remember, boy, that music is like lovemaking. It's simply self-indulgent to take it past 3 minutes. Remember, boy, that music is like lovemaking. Everybody loves the pianist, but length must have a limit. So you need a song that only goes for 3 minutes without no pornography or politics in it. You're a little verbose and a little bit wrong. You gotta find yourself a clean living 3-minute song. 300 beats at 100 beats a minute with nice clean jokes and a hoedown in it. Something for the telly that never ever fails to appease the viewers of BBC Wales. And even in the bridge, I won't be lyrically adventurous, intellectually unmentionous, or racially contentious, and I won't make double entendres at the expense of the Chinese. For China is a country that can bring me to my knees. For China, for China, for China, for China, for China is a country that will bring us to our knees. Ooh, Mr. Humphreys, my pussy is all wet. 2, 3, foreskin. I need a little happy clappy country song, nice and repetitive and not too long, boring enough but not too boring, with a key change here to prevent me snoring. I need a song that is only 3 minutes without no buggery or blasphemy in it, something with a pleasing rhyme and rhythm. Well, if you can't beat 'em, get conservative with 'em. Song that causes no offense, to flog more tickets to my concerts by convincing the viewer that musical satire hasn't progressed since Victor Borger. You've got a telly and I wanna be in it, and apparently you'll only watch for 3 minutes. Yeah, apparently you'll only watch for 3.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing on this lovely day? Are you feeling good? I'm feeling good. Actually, I'm kind of exhausted. I'm going to be real. Good morning. Hello. Hello, one and all. Good morning. I set the mouse over here. Oh, crap. It's doing the thing again. God damn it. Sometimes Streamlabs does this thing where, like, if you click on something, it sticks, and then you can't let go of the thing, and so it drags it all over the screen. If I look particularly tired, Red Bull. It's because there's some storm or something blowing in right now, I guess. Basically, like, last night from 4 a.m. till 7:30 a.m., the wind just gusted against the side of our house, specifically against, like, the bedroom window, nonstop, like, so much that, like, we also have crappy windows on the house, just to be real. So the wind blows like through the windows, even when the window's closed, because the air leaks through. So the wind was blowing so hard that even with a closed window, the curtains were like blowing and the house was creaking. At one point, I swear I felt the bed jiggle. Like, it was insane. It was insane. So I'm a little tired. At one point, I even like put in AirPods and then put the noise canceling thing on because I was like, maybe this will help because it's just so loud. Sorry, we got the Witcher music going. Anyway, this is where we are now. He almost got sent to Oz. Dude, it felt like that. It felt like that. There's been a couple of nights that have been like this in the last couple weeks, and it's just... I don't know. Do I have any interest in Unity stock? You mean like stock in Unity as a company? Potentially. I don't own any, but potentially. I didn't know they were publicly traded. I just assumed that they were going to be like owned by somebody by now. Anyway, are you going to check out Wukong or Wolong? Yeah, I will be. I've received confirmation from the devs that we'll have a review code for the full game. So we'll have a review out. That's the plan, at least. Have you seen the latest news that the Outer Wilds is getting a PS5 upgrade available March 7th, titled as the Outer Worlds Spacers Edition? Head over to PlayStation for trailer. Interesting. I think we'll start to see a lot of this stuff, honestly, where we'll start to see Xbox bringing a lot of games to PlayStation in the next 6 months to a year to just show regulators like, no, we're playing nice. I think we'll see a lot of it. So this is not the only time for the record. I think we'll see this a lot. For real. Hi, Tor! Thank you for the 10. Good morning, Luke. I'm replaying Cyberpunk right now that I have a much higher end system than the one I had in 2020. And remember that Cyberpunk 2077 Ultimate Critique was one of your first videos I saw. Oh, that's crazy. That was a fun one. That's a video I'm actually quite proud of. It's freaking huge. We worked our asses off to do it. It was me, Cammy, and Jacob, and we grinded that one out. That was like weeks and weeks and weeks of work of like, oh my God, this one, let's test what happens if we do this when we meet the Voodoo Boys. We'll see what the other option for the ending is there. Like, we tested the crap out of that. It was crazy. I'm very proud of that video. So that's super cool. Super cool. Ryan, first time joining a stream. Glad you're here. Welcome. That vid was so good listening to it for days at work when it dropped. Yeah, no, and even now, I mean, I still pop in and check the stats on that stuff, and it's still being viewed constantly. People go back to it all the time, which is very flattering. Very, very flattering. How long will I be live? Usually we go for about 4 hours. About 4 hours, roughly. Sometimes we go for like 6, but usually 4. Seems like a good balance. If you had to guess, do you think your Starfield critique will hit 5 hours in length? I don't know. Normally the really long videos are long because we go through the stories in very close detail. And frankly, I don't know if Starfield will have a story that's like captivating enough to justify that. But then again, like Fallout 4, I think did. So I really don't know. I could pretend as though I know, but I don't know. I would guess, though, that there will be a lot to talk about. I tweeted out that my Hogwarts Legacy critique, I have been working on that for weeks. And I have like, 15 pages of bullet-pointed checklists of things to talk about. And I know I'm still going to forget stuff to talk about and bring up. I'm just going to space it. And that's just... It is what it is. It is what it is, Tubes, but, we're doing our thing. Trying to get it out whenever we can. I even had to go back and I had to restart the game. I've had to put in like another, 3-4 hours or something to go back, start a new game as a Hufflepuff, and then play through the whole opening again. And then go and do the quest where you can visit Azkaban. Because the only way you can go to that quest line and go there, and the only place you see Dementors in the whole game is through that one little quest that only Hufflepuffs get. So I'm like, I have to talk about it. They have freaking Dementors on the box art, like for the collector's edition. I've got to talk about it. But Nikki played as Slytherin, or Nikki played as Gryffindor. I played as Slytherin, so we haven't seen that quest line. Thankfully, Nikki played on PS5, so she did that exclusive quest that I didn't get access to, which is cool. I hope they don't do the one with the 3 settings. I mean, honestly, I think they're doing all of it. They're right now, and it's the premise of the video that I put up just before we went live. I think what they're doing now is they're just throwing crap at the wall and seeing what sticks. You know, initially I saw it, I was like, oh, they're making games that are more like specialized. Okay, they're gonna make an Assassin's Creed game that is like really, really focused on stealth. That's awesome. Or they have an Assassin's Creed game that's really focused on the open world exploration. That's awesome. And then like these leaks come out and we're like, oh, so they're literally just like pumping out every little niche group is getting their own game, but these are going to be the standalone releases for a year at a time and smaller releases. It's like if you thought that we were reaching franchise fatigue back in 2015 or even 2020 after Valhalla, you don't know nothing yet. Because basically Ubisoft has set up, right now they have about 10 games in development in the Assassin's Creed franchise for the next 7-8 years. And so I think they're just hoping that Assassin's Creed can dig them out of the hole that they've dug. And maybe they do. Maybe it does. But for me, it's kind of like... Sorry, yes.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
I'm so sorry. I misspoke. I misspoke. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Oh man, he's the hero we needed, not the hero we deserved. What a gem. Let's see. When PSVR 3 drops, I'll get 2. I saw... I wonder if it's Linus Tech Tips. It was like a short or something he posted. Shorts. I don't recognize anybody on his channel anymore. Like, look at all this. I don't recognize like any of these people. I know him. I've seen him around. I don't know who any of these other people are. No idea. No idea. He's hired so many people nowadays. Like, it's crazy. His company's like 100 people. It's wild. XQC broke his computer again, so I broke... Oh, I heard about this. XQC busted his computer, so Linus traveled out to visit him and fix his computer. I did see Linus talking about this. You know, you want to know what's crazy about this? Linus is talking to XQC. And we all know XQC is like filthy rich, right? But what was interesting, Linus said, is at one point he goes to him and he's like, hey, I need electrical tape. And so he went and XQC is like, oh yeah, man, I got electrical tape. And he goes over to like a big toolbox bag thing that he has. And he pulls out electrical tape and he tosses it to him. And it's still in the store packaging. Everything in the toolbox is. And Linus is like, you just have brand new electrical tape laying around? He's like, no. It's just because I stream and I'm constantly getting doxxed, I move around a ton. So I just have an Amazon wish list of things I need for my house or where I'm staying. And then every time I move, I just order everything on the wish list again, have it delivered straight to my new place so I don't have to move anything. And Linus is like, actually, that makes a lot of sense. But, like, imagine that. Imagine that. You're, like, so loaded that when you move once, twice, 3 times a year, you just have an Amazon wish list full of random stuff you need for your house. And you just buy it and have it shipped to your new place, and you abandon everything else. You throw everything else away that was back there. Honestly, for somebody like XQC... it makes sense. Like, if you're that loaded and if you are busy and you don't want to spend time packing up like toolboxes and, you know, screwdrivers and stuff that you barely ever use, yeah, just leave it behind, let somebody take it, donate it to Goodwill or something, and then you just buy brand new stuff. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm just saying, like, that's how freaking loaded some of these streamers are. It's crazy. Also, you can get doxxed by a moving company. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a little scary because especially when you're recognizable, you just don't know. Like, I wonder if I could find this. Do any of you guys follow like Wings of Redemption stuff? Any of you guys followed that? Wings of Redemption. What was it? It was, I think he was at like an Office Max or something, Office Depot. Hold on. Yeah, this is what it was. He just went, Wings of Redemption went to like just a store, an Office Depot place, and somebody recognized him. And here, this is something they've been doing for years. They troll him by finding videos of Wings of Redemption or pictures of him, and then they submit it to news organizations. So like when there was the earthquakes in Turkey, they submitted photos of him and claimed he was like an American journalist who was killed in the earthquakes. So they get pictures of Wings of Redemption put on the nightly news as like a victim of this tragedy. And they do this all the time. Or with this, a fake story about couples being arrested after a series of overnight robberies, and just look who it is.
We are staying on top of some late-breaking news overnight. Police say a man and a woman have been busy robbing businesses on the northwest side. Now, unfortunately for them, officers were also on the job, and they managed to catch up with them. Katrina Weber live where the arrest happened, which is near Highway 151 in Petrenko.
Okay, very serious situation. Overnight robberies. Makes sense.
And you say it was a case of police being in the right place at the right time, Katrina.
Yes,
well, that's
it was.
right. Those officers just happened to be passing by
Just wait.
this area at the time when the call came in about a robbery here around 4:30 this morning.
It's him. He wasn't the one that robbed the store. An employee of this place, Target or Office Max or wherever this is, an employee recognized him as Wings of Redemption. So took out his phone and recorded the security camera footage from their store and then submitted it online. Then somebody took that and then sent it into the news agency and said that this man was just arrested for robbing the stores with his wife who's standing next to him. And he didn't do anything. He didn't recognize anybody. Nobody came up to him and said, "Oh, you're the streamer guy. You're the guy I know from online." He didn't know anybody. He didn't interact with anybody. All he did was went to the store, bought something, and then left. But somebody in the back recognized him, captured this video, and then put him on the nightly news, or got him put on the nightly news, accused of being a robber, robbing a string of Office Maxes. And to be fair, like apparently this guy that's filming it was fired and lost his job, which honestly I think he should have. He knew it. Like, it's not cool to do this. When I worked at the bank, we had celebrities that would bank with our bigger company, and like I worked at US Bank for a while. And so we had celebrities who would bank with us, and so you could look up like the bank accounts of some major celebrities and movie stars and stuff, because we're bankers. We can just look up names and then find it. But if we were found to do that, we would be fired, because it's an invasion of privacy on that respect. And if somebody notable came in, if you asked for pictures, you could be fired. Like I said, I know some people that work at a resort, and apparently if they ask celebrities for pictures, if they see them, even when they're not on the clock, they can be fired. But especially if they're on the clock and they're being inappropriate like that, then they can be fired. So just a weird thing. Weird time to join. Sorry, no. Yeah, it's but they do all sorts of stuff with this. It's kind of crazy. Props to his wife though. His wife, very, very sweet lady. She has made a commitment to lose like a bunch of weight. I think the thing she's doing is called like Fit Before 40 or Fit for 40 or something like that. I follow her on Twitter, and she just ran a marathon, or like jogged a marathon. Super good for her. She's doing great. Losing a ton of weight, getting really healthy. I don't think he's doing anything, because of course he's not, but as far as I understand it, she's doing really, really well, which is great to see. But yeah, man, those Wings of Redemption. Oh, what a guy. What a guy. Anyway. Who's the guy on video? That's Wings of Redemption, the one and the only. And then somebody submitted the video of him just checking out at a store and said that he robbed it. And he got put on the nightly news because of it. And like they've done this a lot. Like I said, they'll take when there's stories of North Korea like executed a journalist or something, and people, his trolls, submitted pictures of him to a few local news organizations as a picture of the guy that was executed by North Korea. So they're running like a very serious story on this tragic thing that happened, and it's just Wings of Redemption's face. Like, they go hard. His trolls are on another level. Fex, yeah, I feel like I just woke up for real. Would he need stuff like electrical tape for short-term rentals? Anything in your real estate background? Explain what kind of lease terms he'd be looking at. Thanatos, my guess is somebody like XQC does just month-to-month stuff. I would guess he goes in there, he throws like first and last month's rent, and he just does month-to-month. It doesn't make sense for him to do like a 6-month lease. Because if you're XQC, like my understanding is pretty much the moment that these huge streamers, with some exceptions, I mean, if they own like a crazy big house, they just deal with it. But most of like, you know, Hassan has a huge gate around his house, so you can't just break in. But a lot of these big streamers that don't want their like residents known, they will just bounce around. So the moment their new address gets leaked or somebody figures it out, they have to move. And so they just go month to month. And if, you know, they live in that place for 3 months, great. They pay for 3 months rent. If they live in it for 2 weeks, they leave after the first month. They just move on. Just hire security at that point. Yeah, I mean, I think you can do that. But even if you, like, there was that one stream I saw a clip of Dr. Disrespect. He was just streaming whatever game, and then he stops. And he just gets up from the computer and he leaves. And then he comes back and somebody had like done a drive-by shooting basically at his house. They had driven by and shot like BB guns or an actual gun, they weren't sure, at his house and broken a couple of windows just to get his reaction on stream. Like, there's some pure insanity. It's why, like I told Nikki, we are nowhere near on that level, okay? Like, to be fair, we usually, on average, after an hour or two of streaming, we have maybe 500-600 people in here. That's very, very good numbers, but not the 60,000-70,000 that some of these guys are raking in. So we haven't had to deal with anything insane, knock on wood. But I told Nikki, I was like, especially as we grow, I would want to live in like a gated community where you can't just drive by the house. Like, you have to talk to the security guy and then get in. And apparently that's not even like that scandalous of a thing. There are a fair number of neighborhoods, like in Tampa and Orlando, where they have decent houses that do that. And I think that that's what I would prefer, because I mean, that would just kind of solve the problem. You'd still have to worry about other things like swatting if your address gets out, but you know, learned what swatting was the other day. Terrified the hell out of me. Oh, it's insane. It's horrifying. And luckily they go in and they, like, if you swat, like there was the one guy who was caught swatting like 3 different streamers, and he's looking at like attempted murder charges, and he's probably going away for the next 3-4 decades, because it's just the most toxic thing ever. It's horrible. It's horrible. But it's this weird thing when people like are so desperate for the attention of streamers they watch that they're willing to put their life in danger for it. It's crazy. Yeah, somebody died from swatting. Yeah, because the SWAT team comes in, guns a-blazing, and the person that's being swatted doesn't know what's going on. And some people, they might have firearms next to them that they don't know if their house is being broken into, so they might prepare to defend themselves, and then the SWAT team takes them out. Or it could be that just the SWAT team thought they were reaching for something when they weren't, and so then they get taken out. It's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah, crazy world we live in. Well, that's why we try to be safe. We try to be safe. It's why people tease me, but it's why I have 2 phones, because for one, I had an extra phone just lying around, and 2, because I can have a separate number. So anytime I do anything that might be slightly public facing, I can use the secondary phone, and so my personal stuff doesn't get out. Anytime I talk with sponsors, anytime I sign up for anything even tangentially related to this whole thing, we do the second phone. Hello? Hello? Somebody's knocking. That's weird. Hello? Hello? Hi. Hi, how you doing? Oh, he has a carrot, a toy carrot, and a toy piece of bread. Do you want to say hi to everybody? Do you want to say hi?
Hi, everybody.
Bye.
Hi, everybody. Carrot and bread. What else do you need? Yeah. Yeah. You gotta go check out your Legos. This guy, man, he's always working. He wakes up, he starts making breakfast, carrot and bread. He gets going, he comes down here, right to the Legos, back to work. How's he doing? I was telling Nikki this morning, I love those jeans he's wearing. You can't really see it, but they have like, you know, the loop on the side that's for like putting a hammer in when you're working on a job site and stuff like that. These are like workman's jeans just shrunk, and it's the cutest thing to me. I can't get over it. Hey, what are you doing? You threw that? That goes on here. There, right there.
Hey, Lucky, hear me out. What happened? Hear it.
He's a goober. He's moving with that purpose. Yeah, for real. Yeah, we got another baby on the way. Sure do.
I'm just fat.
She's not just fat. What are you talking about? There's a goober in there. A little
This is
goober.
my breakfast.
Yeah, she just had a lot.
This much is baby. This much is breakfast.
Oh, you put the carrot and the bread in Hogwarts Castle. Okay.
They belong.
He is something else. I'll tell you what. What are you guys gonna do?
We're gonna try to go to the library, I think.
Oh, the library. You gonna get a book?
We'll go get a book.
Does he have that?
Maybe go check out the pool hours.
Oh, sure. Wow. Do you need bread? Bread. Bread.
Okay, Lachlan. Should we go bye-bye?
Luke's so excited. Yeah. Dada. Can I have a hug? Watch his hugs. He gives the sweetest hugs. Oh, yeah. And then he says, thank you. You gonna have a good time with Mama?
Mama.
Yeah.
Hey, baby. Can you give Daddy a kiss?
Oh, thank you. His kisses, if you ask him for a kiss, he just bows his head
He
and allows you to
doesn't
kiss
give
him.
Kisses.
Yeah.
No. You may give him a kiss,
Yeah.
but he's a receiving end only.
It's like, can I have a kiss? And he's like, yes, you may. It's so cute. He's
This
like,
is my favorite though. Like, we have to do it because it's like, can I have a kiss? And then he just over the head.
he just, leans his head in.
Even if you duck your head lower than his,
He'll like
try
go
to
down on the
duck his
floor and try to
head.
tuck under your. Yeah, it's pretty cute.
Okay.
It's pretty cute.
No, leave the tree there, Bubs. Leave the tree.
Yeah, he's a Giga Chad, and he knows it. That's the thing.
You wanna go bye-bye? You wanna grab your carrot?
You go bye bye. I love you.
I think the toast should live here.
You gonna have a good time with Mama?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He ate all my yogurt.
Oh jeez.
Yep.
Oh jeez.
Hey, Lachlan. Okay, we're gonna go bye-bye.
Oh, he's. Bye. Bye.
Can I open the door?
Okay, it's off.
Yeah, that scares me.
Yeah. Bye. See you later. Alright. Drive safe. Oh, kiss. That's what he does. He'll be like, can I have a kiss? Yes, you may, but I'm not doing any of the work.
I know, we'll do the driving.
Bye. Bye. Love you. Have fun. He's such a goober. He knows it too. It's like, I'm the coolest guy here, and you all know it. Oh man, my niece is just like him. You ask her for a kiss, and she gives you her cheek. Yeah, well, they know what's up. They know, like, no, you. Yeah. I'm not getting anything out of this. This is all for you. Did you see Retro Raccoon Tour went full time with streaming and content creation? I did see that, DeGrimly. I wish him the absolute best. When I did the collab with him, he was talking to me about the transition, because of course his channel's been entirely dedicated to Hogwarts up until now, and now the game's out. So I'm like, you know what? Godspeed, dude. It's not an easy transition to make from one game to all games or to a different game. It can be tricky, but you know, got to do it sometime, so go for it. And he's decided to go full time with it. I don't know what his financial situation is. I hope that he's got savings prepped and that he kind of knows what he's getting into, because I went full time once before this time, basically back when I left Magnolia Home Theater. I went full-time on YouTube because I was going into my senior year of college, and I was like, I can do this. I have like no living expenses. I had enough. And I did okay for a little while, thanks to like our Patreon and things like that, which we no longer have for various reasons we've discussed previously. But I did okay, but I was starting to rack up debt, and I got in a really, really rough spot, which is why I took the real estate job and went that route. Because it's like, to put it in perspective, every million views or so, for me at least, and for my system on the main channel, my CPM, all of that, every million views comes out to probably around $5,000. That's before taxes, so you have to probably take off 30% of that for what you'll actually take home, but about $5,000 for a million views. And when you think about how many views a million is, like, even putting out a video a week that does 100,000, which is good. Every Friday you upload, you get 100,000 views on that. And you do that 4 weeks a month. That's still only 400,000 views. That's still, you know, you might be able to live on that depending on where you live in the country or in the world. But, you know, that's, you have to hit those numbers. Otherwise you're not making money that month, you know? So I'm very fortunate because I have this huge back catalog of stuff that I've worked on for years and years. So like the Cyberpunk critique we were talking about earlier, people still watch that years after it went out. People still watch that, and I'm still getting ad revenue from that. And same with the Last of Us Part 2 critique, and all those critiques that are kind of timeless, those still generate me revenue. But that's called a back catalog, and that's because those perpetually generate revenue. Diminishing returns of revenue, but they still generate revenue. But most people don't have that. Most creators do not have 100 videos that people watch years after they went up. Most people, they put out like a news video and it does really well in the first few days, and then nobody looks at it again for ever. Like, it's just, they're done. Like, it went out and then now it's done. It's over. That's it. So it's really tricky to pull off like YouTubing full time as your career. It's not easy, but I wish him the best. I wish him the absolute best. And if he ever needs help, I'd be happy to help him, but it's tough. And I mean, it's, when I heard he was doing it, I was like, that's bold, because you're going full time at probably one of the steepest drops for a channel, which is when you've been covering one thing exclusively for a long time, and then that thing now is out and is done. So your viewership is going to be sliding steeply down, and that's just, it is what it is. But I hope he can pull it off, and hopefully he's got some tricks up his sleeve. That's my hope. Strongish guy sold the MacBook for $900, got the wife a new desk. Awesome, dude. That's sick. That's baller. I'm glad you did it. 900. That's more. I think I was guesstimating like 800. So that's a good return for something you didn't have to buy. That's great. Got to have a new desk. Awesome. Did you get yourself the light? Hopefully you got yourself one of the 120Ds. You got to treat yourself a little. 5K for a million views seems low. Maybe it is for some people. That's about what it is for me. Part of it is that gaming, and I've mentioned this before, gaming viewers are tech savvy. And being tech savvy means that gaming viewers are also, they know what ad block is. They know how to watch content through ad blocker if they don't want to deal with that. And so the percentage of people that block ads on gaming videos is like 10 times the rate for like Mr. Beast's videos. Very few people block ads on that compared to the overall viewership. So part of it is that gaming creators are going to make less just because the audience tends to block stuff. Amazon sent a replacement light for free. Dude, that's awesome. That's great. They take care of you. That's the thing. I had something I bought through Best Buy, and I went in to return it. And that thing, you would have thought that I was like going in and submitting to brain surgery or something. It was crazy how difficult they made it. I was there for a solid hour and a half to return one thing. And they got rid of the customer service desk. Now you have to do it through the registers, and then they pull you from the register somewhere else to do it. And they make it such a nightmare to deal with. So I like, it was so bad that I got up and I canceled all of my Best Buy, like total tech support stuff. I canceled my Best Buy recurring stuff, all of it. Like I pulled out from Best Buy entirely. I'm just like, screw you guys. Like you're clearly now trying to make my life more difficult in order to improve your bottom line. And at that point, I'm just not going to deal with you, because I'll just go to Amazon, where it doesn't really matter what the thing is. If I want to return it, I just send it off through UPS. It doesn't cost me anything except a trip to the store, the UPS store. And then they just process it and I'm good. Like, deal with it. But I still know somebody who works at Best Buy, and they said that the new CEO, who's been there for like a year or two, she is just running it into the ground. Like, she was like, oh, so all of these things are expensive, but our customers love it. Well, let's cut all of that, and everybody can just suck it. And it's toxic. Let's see. Okay. Let me catch up on this. Thomas, thank you for the 4 months. Hey, it's been a minute since I've been in the stream. Happy to be here. How's everyone in chat doing? And how's Luke and fam doing? Very well. The baby goober is getting bigger and bigger. It's starting to pop off. Little dude's growing quick. And yes, it's a little dude. It's a little boy in there. So we're doing great. Very, very excited. Best Buy left Mexico. Oh, really? It's just, yeah, the whole thing is just, I don't know. I used to love Best Buy. They had, I don't know if you guys remember this, they had a program in like 2017, I think, called Game, it wasn't Game Pass. It was like Games Club Unlocked. That's what it was. And it was like you paid $20 or something for it for a 3-month period, I think it was, or something like that. And you would get 20% off of the, like, any new AAA game that you bought. You get 20% off of it, full stop. Full stop. Easy. No problem. Didn't matter if it was 60, 70, 80 bucks. Collector's editions, it worked too. So you could have a $200 collector's edition and it would just wipe off 40 bucks. I remember using it and I was like, how on earth is this making money? It doesn't make sense. And I worked at Best Buy when they got rid of it. I was working the day they got rid of it. You want to know what happened? We were working out on the sales floor, having a good time, doing our bits and bops. And it came to be like, it was right after lunch. It was like 1 p.m. And one of our managers comes up and is like, have you guys had to check anybody out? Because I think I was working in the computer department at the time. He's like, have you had anybody try to get Gamers Club Unlocked yet today? And I was like, I don't think so, no. It was a slow day or something. And he's like, well, we just had what's his name in the gaming department. He just tried to do it, couldn't get it to go through, and so he called the support line, 1-800 Best Buy, whatever, and apparently they canceled it. We're like, what? So yeah, they canceled Gamers Club Unlocked. It's not a thing anymore, so you can't sell it to anybody. It's like, but people still have it as a membership. Like, what happens to them? And they're like, well, their membership will run out and then it'll end for them, but you can't sell it to anybody. Like, they didn't tell anyone. They just one day they were like, I would guess probably the CEO or the CFO was like, can you get me the numbers for how much money we're making on that Gamers Club Unlocked? And they're like, making? Okay, sure, dude. They generate it, and then he sees how much they're losing with it, and he's like, oh my God, cancel this now. And so they canceled it, full stop, in the middle of a work day. Just, yeah, no, never mind. We're not making money on that. Let's fix that. Get rid of it. It's terrible. Like, it was crazy. It was crazy. But dude, that thing was baller when it was a thing, because it was just a $20 discount on, like, or a 20% discount, but for a lot of games it ended up being like $20 just right off the top, no matter what. And it made me buy every game in a physical copy through Best Buy. But then they got rid of that feature that was great, and now I don't buy stuff through Best Buy. Stuff like that. Their warranty stuff has become such a nightmare. You have to send it off 3 separate times for weeks on end over the course of like 3 months, and then they might replace it or give you store credit when you've paid hundreds of dollars for a protection plan. It's like, okay, well, screw you. I'm just not going to do that anymore if you've made it so difficult. And it used to be easy. It used to be that, like, I had a PS4 Slim that bugged out or gave us issues. We brought it in, they just replaced it, or they just gave us our money back. I have a friend who I won't say his name because for various reasons, but I have a friend who's very savvy with that stuff. Borderline, like, kind of slimy with it. But he would go in and he would have collector's edition versions of consoles. You know, they would do the PS5 Pro with the God of War print on it, or the Death Stranding print on it, or the Halo Infinite print on the Xbox One X or something. He would go in and he would get those special edition consoles. Thank you, William Steele, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. He would come in and would get those special edition consoles, and then he would go in a year later when the next special edition launched, and he would just, like, he'd point out whatever had gone wrong with it, because there was always something wrong with it. He's like, oh, the fan makes a clicking sound. Like, it turns itself off randomly, whatever the problem was. And then he just goes in there, and then they would just take it, give him his money back on a gift card, and then he'd just go buy the new console, and they would recycle the old one. It's like, dude, I don't think that's how that's supposed to work. And they knew that people like him were doing that all the time, which is why they made it so it has to go off to service 3 separate times over the course of months. Months. And that's what, like, that was the nail in the coffin, where I was like, okay. So this useful thing, I'm paying hundreds of dollars, and I'm doing this as like a privilege where I'm going to bring it in there and I'm going to trade this thing out eventually. But now you're telling me I have to spend 3 months without a console? Because basically how it would work is if I had a protection plan on, like, the graphics card, I could send it off to service if it stopped working, but I have to send it off to service, which takes a week and a half each way. And then they keep it for a week. So it's gone for like 3 weeks. I just don't have a graphics card. And then it comes back not fixed. They would want me to send it again for another 3 weeks, get it back, and then do that a third time. And after that third time, if it came back still not fixed, then they would give me a store credit. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. You just want me to waste like weeks and weeks of my life on this? Like, are you crazy? Are you out of your damn mind? It's insane. And so, like, for that, I just said, screw it. I'm just going to go, like, to Micro Center. I love me some Micro Center. I'll go to Micro Center. They have a better selection anyways. They have techie people there that actually know what they're talking about. It's great. Why 3 times exactly? Well, because, Pappy, they want to make it inconvenient. The only way they make money on those warranties is if you don't redeem them. So the only way that they can keep you from redeeming them, like, fully, is if they just make it so freaking inconvenient to redeem it that you just say screw it. And some people will still go through the rigmarole. Some people will still go through and do that 3-week or 3-time process. Most people are going to say, screw this, which is what happened to me. Because like for me or for any normal person, they don't have 7 Xboxes or a bunch of spare stuff laying around. So, and at the time I didn't. Now I have lots of spare stuff because I'm a spoiled brat, but that's a separate issue. But like, this was in the, like my college house where I'm like flat broke. I'm living on ramen. My checking account is like $400 in the negative because I had to pay rent and my paycheck didn't come in on time through Best Buy. So like I have no money. My one pleasure in life is playing video games, and I have to, like, my PS4 Slim breaks down and I need it replaced. They want to take it for what will amount to about 3 months where I just won't have it. And then they'll give me access to the benefit that I thought I was just going to get immediately. And so it's just scummy. It's just scummy. Costco be like, it broke after 5 years. We'll refund you. That's good to hear. I haven't done Costco stuff before, but I'm glad to hear that. Did you see Girlfriend Reviews video response to all that Hogwarts Legacy stuff? Asmongold did a react to it. They made the wrong play with that one. I didn't really see what came of it. I know that they broke down in tears, or somebody on their stream broke down in tears because they were being trolled so hard and bashed so hard for daring to play a game. But I didn't see what they did after it. So I don't know. They made a video addressing it cringy. I don't know. I don't watch Girlfriend Reviews. I've never watched Girlfriend Reviews, so I don't even really know what the structure of their content is. But I never really got to experience GameStop. The Middle East does not have it, but we have like sketchy stores that sell new AAA games for $30. Oh, weird. So it's like maybe they stole it or something, or maybe not. Like it's just It's like, do I ask questions and potentially ruin a good thing, or do I just smile and nod and go along with it? Sheriff, yes, we're doing great. We're doing great. Micro Center's hilarious. The people who tend to know everything they know don't have perfect social skills, so you go in and get help from some awkward basement dweller. I kind of love it, Lincoln. I kind of love it because it's like it's the nerds and the dorks who actually know what they're talking about. At Best Buy, they would hire those people, and then those people would come in. They'd kill it in sales because they actually knew what they were talking about, and then they'd go to their boss and be like, "Okay, I'm killing it. I made up like 15% of your daily revenue. Can I get a raise?" And they'd come back and after weeks of negotiating with the upper management, they'd come back with like a 12-cent raise. And then those people would quit, go somewhere else where they get paid better. And then like high schoolers who don't know anything would come in and replace them. And it was just, it's ridiculous. Best Buy, to me, has just slowly turned into, instead of like the techie place that wanted to be helpful and help you get tech, Best Buy's turning into just another Walmart, another Target, where all of the help there is a joke. It's just they are there to hand you the box and check you out, and that's it. Like I said, the last time I went in there for a return, it took like an hour and a half, and the girl also that was doing it for me was like had some of the worst customer manners, and also just manners in general. She was doing that thing like when you are like really congested, where she's like, I can't even do it. It kind of grosses me out even to think of it. But like she'd kind of inhale or something, and then like you would hear her sinuses like lock up and shift and stuff. And I was like, just go blow your nose. I didn't say this to her, but the whole time I'm thinking like, just go blow your nose. I'll wait for 5 minutes, and if you can come back and you can talk clearly, we're good. But she would like, she's standing there and she'd be like, yeah, I can get you your, I was like, this poor girl is clearly ill and you're forcing her to work. You didn't give her the day off. You didn't send her home like to go take a nap. Like, come on, guys. I felt bad for her, and I was also like pissed at the management.
Spec_Ops
like, send the poor girl home.
$10 through Super Chat.
Spec Ops, thank you.
The streams and the old videos while I'm doing cardio, haha.
Well, I'm glad. And thank you for the 10. And yeah, those old videos. I've thought about going back and doing reactions to those old videos, like the first critiques and stuff like that, just to see how far we've come. Because I'll be real, I had a old stream clip from like 4 or 5 months ago pop up on my recommended feed. So I clicked on it, and that was just like, I think we were talking about Gotham Knights or something. And I clicked on it and I was like, oh my God, this is so bad. And that was just months ago. So I feel like, you know, on the main YouTube channel we've made a lot of progress. And then on the stream, we've made a ton of progress, and we're actively making a ton of progress. So I feel like we're getting better and better and better, which is good. That's what we want. Ryumbo, Best Buy, mostly. Best Buy sucks, which is a bummer. Walmart's worth about 3 times as much as Best Buy. They don't care about people returning stuff because it's broken. Yeah, well, I mean, and bets for Walmart, their revenues are so high. And I think the difference with what we're describing is not returns. Best Buy doesn't really care if you return something within the warranted time or the return time that's allowed for you, whether that's 2 weeks or more if you're one of their upper level members. Best Buy doesn't care about that because that gets returned to the manufacturer. It doesn't actually cost them really anything, so they don't care if you return stuff. Hell, they might prefer it. But what they do care about is if you try to use their warranty program, because they only make money if you don't redeem it, if you don't use it, which is why they try to tuck it in there. They're hoping you forget about it, and then when it breaks, you just buy a new one. That's what they hope for. So for people that actually know what they're doing, they don't like that. So they make it as inconvenient as possible. And eventually, you know, for people like me, I'm just like, okay, well, screw this. Screw you guys. I'm going home. You know, I'm just going to go find somewhere else to chill at. And I'm going to find somewhere else to buy my stuff at. Let's see. Crazy ass person in Australia. Just subscribed to your other channel. I had no idea. Oh, well, boom. Done. That's great. Let's see. Sublug, just started watching you a few weeks ago after finding your Elden Ring review. Now my favorite guy to listen to about games. Awesome, Kyle. I appreciate that. And yeah, man, that Elden Ring video. I want to go back and play Elden Ring, but I don't know. The magic isn't there. I think I need to give it more time. I'm trying to force it. I'm trying to force it. You know, I need to give it time. Got to let it settle. And then I'll re-enter. And then it'll be great. But right now, it's just, I'm going for a double right out the gate. I got to give it time to cool down. Then we'll be good. Never same after the first playthrough. I waited like 8 months. Still not the same. Yeah. Well, that's me with like Breath of the Wild, The Witcher 3. I've played those games multiple times, but I'm just like, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's one of those weird things. Like every once in a while, every couple of years, we'll get a game where I'm like, that's one that I would like to wipe my memory of and experience again for the first time. You know those games where you're just like, I wish I could forget everything and just go back to the beginning. That would be great. But alas, it cannot be that way sometimes. Alas. Okay, let's start. Let me go through these Assassin's Creed tidbits real quick, just so people stop spamming it and asking about it, which I get. I don't blame you. So we'll touch on this. I touched on this in the main video that just went up on the main channel, so we'll touch on this, and then we're going to jump into some of the other things we have to talk about today, because there's a handful of other things that we're going to talk about that are going to be kind of interesting, so we're going to do that. Let's see. Spider-Man was last game I felt like that, and Arkham Knight. Ooh, Spider-Man, I could see that. Really? But that was like 2019, I think. You haven't had anything else like that? Like, you didn't feel that way for even something, or 2018? So you didn't feel that way with, like, with Breath of the Wild or Red Dead? Because all of those were after 2015. Red Dead 2... None of those? That's crazy. Yes, everybody, by the way, like the stream. Like the stream, or I will be canceling Christmas. And you will have no say in the matter. I will pull this car over and I will cancel Christmas. I swear to God. I can't wait. As a dad, I can't wait till I get to the point where I can start to threaten to pull the car over if they keep asking, are we there yet? It's going to be a good time. Just driving. Are we there yet? I will pull this car over, I swear. Too bad I don't celebrate Christmas. Then I'll force you to celebrate Christmas. Is that a threat? Or I'll force you to I'll cancel what's something everybody likes. I'll cancel sunlight. Boom. Yeah, boom, right to jail. Right to jail right away. Hi, my eyes hurt. What should I do, Luke? That's You know what? I get a lot of questions in chat. I get a handful, dare I say. Everything from like, me and my girlfriend broke up. What do we do? Or like, what games do you recommend? But my eyes hurt. What do I do? Has to be one of those questions where I'm just going to be honest. I don't know, man. I don't even know. I don't know. Oh. Fizzy, I don't know. I don't know. I do be doing what I be doing. Eye doctor, probably. Go to the doctor. Go to the doctor. That's the answer. No, I did. I started hitting the gym again, and I did an arm workout that did the way that I always had it described to me is the only way you want to work out is in a way that does damage. You want to leave the gym and be like, ooh, I wrecked myself on that one. And the next day you want to feel like you just got out of war, you know?
Weird Rage donated 10 Bulgarian levs through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Hi, I hope you well. I just catched your stream. As a huge AC fan, although disappointed with Valhalla, what are the AC leaks?
Appreciate the 10 for one. It's too bad that you misspelled the game.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
But you know what? We all make mistakes. And as for the leaks, we are about to jump into it right now. So buckle up. Buckle up. But yeah, anyway, I got out of the gym the next day. I woke up and I was walking around like a T-Rex because my arms hurt so bad. I noticed I was standing at like the kitchen counter and I was just like standing like this. I was like, what am I doing? I was like, oh, it's just because my arms hurt. So I'm just walking around like a T-Rex. Oh, because like, you know, when you get a really good arm workout and like straightening your arms hurts because it's like the tendons right in there are too tight. That's my life right now. Yeah, Spec Ops. I saw that link. I haven't responded yet to your email. I'm terribly sorry, but I have like the draft of the email and I just have to hit send because it's a whole thing. Anyway. But yes, I saw your portfolio of the stuff that you previously did. Looks like you got experience and stuff like that. Which is awesome. Convince me to buy Hogwarts Legacy, please. Well, I mean, if you want to be a filthy bigot, then you could play it. It was funny. We were at dinner. Me and a bunch of my college friends, and we're all like hanging out, and we're just chatting, and we naturally started talking about video games we're playing because we all play games, and we started talking about Hogwarts Legacy, and at the end of the conversation, like we were talking about, oh, well, this quest happened, and yeah, I felt like the leveling was really off, and then this thing happened, the story was like this. We're going through it, and then randomly I stopped, and I was like, guys, can I just say I'm really disappointed that we're all just freaking bigots. I always expected more of us. It made us like pause, and it's like, yeah, this is the thing, like 4 friends just chatting about a game they're playing, but Twitter would have you think that we are like actual monsters because we dared to play this video game. And it's like, yeah, that's how stupid this is. Yeah, that's pretty dumb. That's pretty dumb. Okay, let's talk about this before we get any further. And I keep getting distracted because I will keep getting distracted. I'm going to be real. One thing I will say, There's about 540 people in here right now and only 205 likes. I threatened to cancel Christmas. You guys keep it up. I'll cancel Halloween too. Okay? Like the stream or I will cancel it all. Okay? I swear. I'll do it. I'll do it. Here we go. Okay, so for those of you who have not watched the video just yet on the main channel, which is totally fine because it's only been up for like an hour, there were some leaks over the weekend. Now, these leaks with regard to Assassin's Creed come from Insider Gaming, which is a company and a group that has had sort of like I don't know how I would describe it exactly. I think that their leaks are usually accurate. However, I often disagree with their interpretation of the leaks or like the filler language that they put in with the leaks. So like for me, that's at least how I usually would break it down, because they had a story where they were saying stuff about the Ubisoft Star Wars game, and they were like taking one little leak piece of information and then they assumed another piece, and then they tied this whole story together that went viral, and it's like, oh my god, this is gonna be amazing, when it was kind of built on a flawed premise. So while I think they have sources that they're reporting that are usually decent, sometimes it's worth taking with a little bit of a grain of salt, because they can kind of stretch these things out a little bit further than they probably should be. If we go into the story, though, if I change tabs properly, here we go. What's specifically being outlined is their portfolio of games that they are currently working on. Now, for those of you who are reasonably, I'm not saying you're a bad person for this, I'm kind of jealous. For those of you who have not been like super active in keeping up with Assassin's Creed leaks, basically right now what Ubisoft is doing is they are moving from one like major giga game in the form of
Assassin's Creed Valhalla,
and having that contain every single little piece that could possibly appeal to every niche possible. They're going to try to make smaller, more focused games that are a little more refined, if that makes sense. So what this would mean is, like, instead of having Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which has stealth systems, melee combat, ship sailing, sort of this, like, since launch, they put in this this mode that's like a roguelite mode. They have, you know, the never-ending river raid mode. Instead of putting all of those things as different modes within one big game, they're going to go in and they want to make a bunch of smaller games that are meant to appeal to each one of those little niche groups, because some players will love the river raid mode and don't really like the big open world section. Other people love the open world sections and hate the river raid mode. So you're going to like separate everything out and make games that are built for each of those groups. And the idea, at least hopefully, is that you can have games that specialize, and so each of those smaller subgroups will be more satisfied and hopefully be more likely to spend money on the game at full price and potentially buy cosmetics and play it over and over again, that type of thing. And initially that sounds okay, but we'll get into why I'm a little less enthused about that in a moment. But if we break down what exactly this is, it's more information on which games are also coming down the pike, specifically from smaller studios that you might not have heard of. And this, to me, is where it starts to get a little bit concerning. And the whole time we go through this next little section, I just want you to keep in mind one little thing, okay, as we go through this. It's extremely common that Ubisoft will try to give smaller studios a project, a smaller studio that has previously only done support stuff for other big games, but they've never put out a game by themselves. They've never like built the project and shipped it, right? They always have helped this bigger company or bigger studio work on this thing, and they work on the smaller tech down here and all of this stuff, but they've never done their own titles. And Ubisoft, every time they've tried this recently, it doesn't end well. Famously, Ubisoft Singapore, which developed all of the water tech for Assassin's Creed Origins, they are the ones tasked with Skull and Bones. I think we all know how that's going. They also have smaller studios working, or they had smaller studios working on, for example, the remake of Prince of Persia. And that was such a disaster. They took it away from that smaller team and gave it to a bigger team that has worked on Assassin's Creed stuff to finish the project and ship it because the smaller team couldn't get it done. Now, to be clear, this isn't me dissing on the individual developers. I think that there are some phenomenally gifted developers within Ubisoft across the board. What I am saying is that clearly the management within those smaller teams is not robust enough to get these projects across the finish line. Because every time they've tried, it doesn't end well. So when we see leaks like this, I start to get a little bit worried. Because it seems like a doubling down on something that hasn't been working. Specifically, giving whole titles, potentially, to small teams that don't have an amazing track record of putting out massive games. So, for example, what they outlined was that, for one, they're going to be doing, they're already in talks to work on a sequel to the, as of right now, unannounced Project Nexus, which is a VR title that will probably be revealed around E3. A VR game, like in the Assassin's Creed universe, my guess is it's just going to be kind of like a free climbing simulator, I would assume. I don't know what else you would do with an Assassin's Creed VR game, but maybe you guys can think of something cooler. Then, other than that, they're also working Ubisoft Sofia, which is a group known for co-developing Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation and Assassin's Creed Rogue. They've pitched Project Nebula, which would be an Assassin's Creed title with 3 different settings: India, the Aztec Empire, and the Mediterranean. Now, I'm going to be real talk. I have no freaking clue what that means. Having a game set in India, the Aztec Empire, and the Mediterranean, those are like 3 locations just about as far away from each other as you could possibly have. So I don't know how you do this. I really don't know. I don't know. By the way, Thomas Mullins, thank you for the 2. Don't cancel Thanksgiving. No promises. If we don't get those likes up, I might have to. And thank you, Dreamin' Plays Games. Thoughts on the Star Wars game being made by Ubisoft? We're actually going to touch on that in a moment. So I'm kind of glad you brought that up, because that's going to come up here in just a second when we talk about some of the tech that's rumored to be included in one of these games. So put a pin in that. We'll be circling back. Anyway, I don't know what this means to have an Assassin's Creed game that spans these different areas. Does this mean we'll have 3 different protagonists? Does this mean that we're going to have somebody working like in the East India Trading Company or something, and then you're traveling through all these areas? When is this set? We have no freaking idea. And to be honest, this is a smaller team that would be working on this. I don't know what this looks like. I'm a little worried. But you know what? Maybe it'll be awesome. Because again, this is a small team. If this was Ubisoft Montreal or Quebec, one of their big teams, I would still be a little bit like, I don't know what this even would look like. I don't know what this is. Okay. The fact that it's an even smaller team, less renowned team, I get a little worried. Moving on, Ubisoft Chengdu, I'm assuming is how it's pronounced. I have no idea. They've pitched Project Raid, which they plan to be a free-to-play 4-player co-op title that will be PvE. It's believed that the title's characters will all be from the Assassin's Creed universe. I would imagine this is similar to the like multiplayer stuff that they did for Assassin's Creed 3, maybe even Unity. Nothing too crazy, but you know, again, they're trying to come in and they're trying to give every niche its own game. You like 4-player co-op games? Boom! You can have one. Oh, you like games that are, span huge areas like India, the Aztec Empire, Mediterranean? Yeah, you can have your own game. And we'll just make you get a game, and you get a game, and you get a game, and you get a game. It's the Oprah Winfrey way of designing your portfolio of games, and I'm not so sure it works. The third thing that they outline And this is where we'll discuss real quick the Star Wars thing. The third thing is Ubisoft Annecy. Known for developing the multiplayer portion of games like Assassin's Creed and Splinter Cell, as well as co-developing The Division 2 with Massive Entertainment, they've pitched Project Echoes, which has been described as a multiplayer title that will use Ubisoft Scalar technology. Now, this got me intrigued. Why? Why, pray tell? Well, quite simply, because Ubisoft Scalar tech is actually kind of freaking cool. Ubisoft Scalar. We haven't really seen this in action. I think we might have seen it in action in an earlier phase, but let me just show you what this is so you know what they're talking. Because what they're describing is they're saying that they will be working on an Assassin's Creed game with the tech that I'm about to show you, okay? So just try to spin what this possibly could mean. What kind of game would come out of this? This little reveal was from like last year.
Video games have evolved to bring
Last
more
March.
and more players into worlds where they can experience new adventures. Step by step, game makers have taken advantage of incremental improvements in technology to push the boundaries of what is possible. Always dreaming of bigger and more interactive game worlds, yet always being limited by the computing power at their disposal. What if we could make this limitation a thing of the past? Games are powered by engines. The bigger and deeper games have become, the more complex the engines. Animation, sound, rendering, physics, gameplay, and many more systems are crammed into the engine in very static ways, making major changes increasingly difficult. Our approach is different. We are setting game makers free from the restrictions of single machine computing, transforming these engine systems into distributed services and allowing them to harness vast amounts of processing power in the cloud. This enables the construction of gigantic game worlds at a scale far greater than anything that has come before. This technology is built to power the game worlds of tomorrow. To bring them to life, it supports massive numbers of game assets, simulations, AI and player entities. And because the dreams of players and game makers are constantly evolving, this technology is made to evolve alongside them, updating constantly and adding more capabilities as they are needed without interrupting play. Imagine a game world, vast, rich, and fully simulated, populated by an unlimited number of players, all sharing and shaping a single reality together. Not long ago, this could only have been a dream. Today, we are building the technology to make this happen. Introducing Ubisoft Scalar.
Now, I know what you might be thinking. What the hell does that mean? And basically, the idea is that they're going to decentralize most of the passive processing requirements for the game engine. So, or they're going to centralize it. So instead of it being run off of your computer entirely, a lot of it will be run off of servers. The benefit of that would be that you could have, as they mentioned, literally unlimited player numbers in a given world. You could have AI that's not run or limited by your computer, but rather that's all run in the cloud. So you could have just unending, like, populations of people. Yeah, what the hell is even that? Yeah. And one of the things that they kind of touch on, which I honestly don't know how this would be implemented, but they describe, like, with current engines, you're not able to just quickly replace pieces because it's very static. If you remove this gear, the whole thing stops working. What their goal is to remove it so each gear is independent and doesn't need to be attached and can be swapped out. So if you wanted to replace the graphics node, you could do that. If you wanted to go in there and just in real time replace a huge section of the map, you wouldn't need to take the servers down for that. All of this stuff would just work. That's the idea. So you know, it's unclear how this is used, but they seem relatively excited for it. Now, I mentioned we might not have ever seen this in play, but we might have. Let me see. Let me type this out without trying to say it out loud because that will give it away. You guys probably know what I'm going to bring up. I mean, if you've seen me ever do this before. Is this... No. Demo. Tech demo. Where... This. Share screen. Okay. This is Beyond Good and Evil 2. We saw this in 2017. I've shown you guys this a couple of times, but this was an early version of the tech that they were working on for this game, which has still never seen the light of day. But the potential here is that you can have, you know, surface to space travel. You can have different planets that are all operating independently of each other while also, you know, influenced by each other's gravitational forces, stuff like that. You could have earthquakes, you could have tsunamis that all take place in the game world, and it can just handle it. It can handle it. And the basic premise of this, and the most bare bones way I can describe it, is that some processing isn't needed frame by frame. Some processing can be done a little bit slower with a little bit more lag, and it won't affect the game. But as of right now, all game engines pretty much keep it all local. So it's all still being managed on your computer, on your console. What Ubisoft is trying to do is they're saying, okay, well, we don't need to calculate like how this planet is moving on your console. We don't need to calculate how, let's see, that like maybe this earthquake or the tsunami would affect the area you're playing on. We don't need to calculate the movements of the planets and the stars and things on your console. That's just needless. Or the AI, you know, is another thing. Because the AI, you just decide like where a character is going to go, what they're going to do, what they might say. You can calculate that stuff in the cloud with different algorithms, and then you can send that back to the console. You don't need to spend processing power on the machine to do it. You can do that elsewhere and just relay the information back. And that's what they're trying to do here. So hopefully that makes sense. You just take the stuff that's not as urgent. You have something else. You have this server do that and then send the decision. It would be like if you have a team of people working on something. You know, you have to work very actively on the urgent thing. And then the stuff that isn't as urgent, you can have somebody else working on it. Like Nikki and I are prepping. We're going to do a big run of stickers. We have a bunch of like stickers with various designs, and they're from like the emotes and stuff from chat. And so we're only going to have 250 of each. And when they're gone, they're gone. I'll be announcing these probably next week once I get them in and I can show them to you. But for this, like for some of it, I want to do handwritten notes to everybody that buys one. And as part of that, I will need to sign all of these notes. But Nikki can help me also loading up the envelopes. I don't need to do all of it myself because just frankly, like that isn't going to matter. The end product will be the same whether I'm packing the envelopes or I'm having help packing the envelopes. So all of this stuff just like, you know, it kind of ties in. And it's about working smarter and not harder, if that makes any amount of sense at all. So with regards to the Star Wars game that Dream in Place Games brought up, again, thank you for the $4.99. What this could be implemented in is that Star Wars game, this same scalar tech where you could have multiple planets for you to explore that have been built out using procedural generation and then populated by hand and then managed, and you could have the like AI, the NPCs, the population, the fauna, everything managed by cloud services and processing elsewhere. That's the idea. Now, the one obvious downside, which I'll touch on because I think we just should bring it up, sort of the elephant in the room. This would mean that these games are giga always online. This is not a, yeah, it's online, but it's just like polling. It's like polling to make sure it's still connected, and it's not that big of a deal. No, these are always online. This game will not function in the slightest if it's taken offline. One day when these servers go down, you're going to be screwed. because the game will be unplayable. There will be no way to do it because the entire thing is built on using the cloud, which, you know, for some might not be ideal. For me, it's not ideal either, but it's one of those give and take things. You're sacrificing the longevity of the game in exchange for potentially really cool upside in terms of crazy tech. I don't know if that's worth it. Might not be, but who knows? Bad for game preservation, certainly. Nobody wants this. Well, that's the thing is right now, I would say it's not really clear what this is in the context of games. Like, what does this look like when actually implemented into a finished product that's going to be sold on store shelves? I don't know. I think we can look at it and we can be like, oh, well, we'll have a universe, like a game universe that can be planets, like a galaxy-sized thing, with unlimited player numbers in this realm. That's cool. You could have the persistent item tech like Star Citizen has, which, if you don't know what Star Citizen is doing right now, they have a procedural or a persistence system where if you travel to a planet, which, bear in mind, in Star Citizen, they are planet-sized planets. You go to a planet, you go anywhere on that planet, and you drop a single empty water bottle in the game. You drop it on the ground. And then you get back in your ship and you fly away. You can come back in a year's time, or real-world year, and as long as nobody else has taken that or moved that bottle, it will still be there on the ground where you left it. A year later in the game. And, you know, you crash one of your ships. You crash on a planet. That crash will stay there until it's salvaged or moved or something. But it will stay there forever, just like in real life. That type of tech is something that Ubisoft is playing with their scalar tech. So I want to be clear, this has potential for games, but it's all a question of how it works and how it's implemented, to be more precise. Because it can sound cool, like, cool story, bro, or that's interesting, but how is that fun? How do you take that cool piece of tech and make it fun? That's the question. And I'm not honestly sure. It's like the Assassin's Creed Legion, the Watch Dogs Legion thing. We saw some cool tech with that. The fact that you could literally recruit any single NPC and play with them. That's amazing. There is no way to describe that game without it being technologically very, very impressive. But it's like, how do you take that and make it fun, though? It's not easy. It's not easy. Remember the tech for Crackdown 3? Well, exactly. Like, that was tech that they had working in a lab in their early testing phase in beta. But when they tried to take it to a full-size video game to sell to people, it didn't work. It just didn't. And this might be one of those same things. What I do know is, like, they have this type of thing working in Star Citizen. It's slow moving and it's still buggy, and, you know, performance isn't great in Star Citizen unless you're running a supercomputer. But this type of tech can be implemented eventually, and eventually it will be. I mean, a lot of the tech that we consider normal now, when it was first introduced, was like, oh my God, how do you justify releasing something like that? Like, what? Like with the freaking ray tracing stuff. You remember when ray tracing first dropped a few years ago, and like you turned it on, it didn't look that much better, hardly at all, except for in a couple like very carefully staged shots. And it like cut your frame rate by 80% or something insane. Like, it was so dumb. And now it's like, it's better. It got there, but it took years and years. And even now you still need crazy hardware to run it decently. So all told, like, it's a cool idea in terms of tech, but how you actually turn this into something that's fun for a video game, that's a whole other animal entirely. Okay. So when I see that they are talking about making an Assassin's Creed game using the team that worked on the Division 2 or helped with the Division 2, and they want to make a multiplayer title using this scalar tech, I don't know what the hell that means. It could be awesome. It could also be totally lackluster. I have no idea. But this is like the broader point of all of this, though, is that Ubisoft is continuing to just throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. I think that's more the approach that they have here. Initially, I was all excited because I was like, oh, they're gonna like make a specialized game for each niche that they're focused on. That's great. And then we see stuff like this, and it's like, oh, it's not that they're going after each individual niche. It's that they're just taking a fistful of crap, throwing it into the fan. It splatters everywhere, and then they see what chunks stuck to the wall, and then they draw a circle around that and go, see, I meant to make this go here. This was all part of the plan. So it worries me. But who knows? Maybe it'll end up being great. Maybe. But I feel like whenever your description of your game, you describe your upcoming game, and then the conclusion is maybe. Maybe that'll work. That's less enthusiastic, you know. Very specific analogy, Luke. Hey, you know what? If the shoe fits. What a horrendous analogy. Okay, you guys can you guys can calm down. Oh God. I don't know. I hope that it's great. I hope they figure it out, but I start to get more and more worried when I hear that there's like very little vision involved with this stuff right now, and it's all just, well, the multiplayer game, sure, make that. It's like the Netflix way of doing things. It's like, we'll greenlight everything. Whatever doesn't work, we'll cancel immediately, and we'll figure everything else out down the road. Just don't think about it. Yeah, and it's all housed within Assassin's Creed Infinity, exactly. Which is why it's funny that it's like it's being pitched as this whole thing where they're making games that are more niche and more specialized, and I'm like, yeah, but like they don't want to have the one game like Assassin's Creed Valhalla that has everything within it. But they're putting all of this into one package in the form of Assassin's Creed Infinity. So it's still kind of the same thing. They're just doing the same thing. I don't know. But it's true that they have to, like, this has to work. Ubisoft's in trouble. I mentioned this before. They spent and wasted $500 million on games that were canceled or have been absorbed into other projects and will never see the light of day. $500 million. Just imagine if you spent $500, not million, not 1,000, just $500, and you didn't get anything for it. I would be freaking out. Like I freak out when I get like a ticket. I got a ticket one time. I've gotten I think I got 2 of those like auto camera tickets, but like in the car pulled over. I've only gotten one ticket like that. And it was on my way to work one morning when I was driving down to Denver, and there was a speed trap that day, right by where I came out of my exit on the way to the highway. And the guy pulls me over, and it ended up being like an $80 ticket. And that drove me crazy because I was like, I have to pay $80 now for nothing. For just to go into the ether. I can't even justify that. Like going to a fancy restaurant and overspending on a meal, at least you got something that you ate. Like you got something. It probably wasn't worth that much money, but you got something for it. But with this, like it's just pure waste. It's just waste. And they did that with $500 million. And so, like, Ubisoft has wasted so much money on so many stupid things. Apparently, they spent tens upon tens of millions of dollars working on Ubisoft Quartz, which is their NFT platform and marketplace, which at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they just abandon it because it's such a like hot potato that nobody really wants to touch. I wouldn't blame them if they walk away from it, but they've spent tens of millions of dollars developing that NFT platform that nobody wants. A total waste. And to me, again, the tail of the tape with Ubisoft has not been that the engineers, that the designers and artists are reprobate in some way. It's that the management is just broadly incompetent. There's no vision, and it's all just trying to chase the latest fad for a quick cash grab. And that sucks. It just sucks because, you know, there's no originality in it anymore. And you can see it, and it permeates through everything that Ubisoft does, where we see what they were working on like 3-4 years delayed. So by the time we see it, it was the idea 4 or 5 years ago. It's why like the Suicide Squad thing is so funny, because Suicide Squad probably started development 5-6 years ago. And you think what was going on 5-6 years ago, that was like 2017 when games as a service, live service games, were all the rage, especially with corporate executives. They all loved that. So of course they greenlit a superhero Suicide Squad live service game. When did the original Suicide Squad? It was 2016. Okay. I don't know when they initially greenlit this project, if it was 7 years ago or just 5 years ago, but it might have been before the Suicide Squad movie came out in 2016. And if that's the case, that would be really, really funny. If they greenlit this thinking that Suicide Squad would be a huge franchise, and then they just kind of blew it up because they gave Jared Leto the helm. I don't know. But it's... The point is like by the time we see it, it's all delayed. So the only way a game can, or a game developer can have a ton of success consistently is if they have the vision to figure out what people want 4 or 5 years before they want it. And that's way harder to do than you might realize. It's extremely tricky. And you can see with some of these huge developers and publishers just how difficult it is because they can't figure it out. Ubisoft's been trying for years and they can't figure it out. Yeah, well, 2021, yeah, but this is like what I'm trying to figure out is if they greenlit this game, the Suicide Squad game, because they just thought that the movie was going to blow up. So was it like, and it was well before the 2021 movie. So did they greenlight it after the 2016 movie or just before the 2016 movie? I don't know. I would guess probably like just before. You should check out Sons of the Forest. It has some really interesting AI interactions and mechanics, makes you feel really unique. Yeah, I've heard good stuff about it. I have Sons of the Forest. I was going to do a review, but they didn't send the code in time, so I didn't get around to it. But color me intrigued. Might have to check it out. Jared Leto's insufferably overrated. I always thought like, oh, well, he takes this stuff seriously. That's pretty insufferable and toxic, especially the method acting stuff is just cringe. But you know what? He's an artist, maybe. And then I heard this weird like culty stuff that he's into. That made me much less willing to just look the other way on the toxic behavior. Like, I think H3 did a breakdown or something like that, where they broke down over the course of like an hour some of the insane stuff that Jared Leto has not only done but actively does, where like straight up they have like a cult meeting where fans of his band go out there and like they don't say they have orgies. I'm guessing and they all like go and they all smoke weird like ayahuasca and stuff. It's a crazy thing. It's crazy. Anthony, hey Luke, first time listening to your live video. You do a great job with critiques. Great job, man. Keep it up. Thank you, my friend. Thanks for coming out. Is it offensive to say that? I have no idea who Klay Thompson is, so maybe. I don't know. I'll decide to get triggered later. Dylan, thank you for becoming a member as well. Appreciate you. I'm going to be real. I kind of want to see Linus helping XQC. I haven't seen this yet. I'm kind of intrigued because I'm also interested in seeing what XQC lives like, because he doesn't seem like a real human being. Every time I've seen him, he seems like a cartoon character that's created for our enjoyment. So, color me intrigued. H3H3 being critical of others is ironic. Well, dude, I used to really like H3H3 stuff. Back in like 2016, 17, he was hilarious. All of the stuff they posted was crazy. It was good. But then, like, they launched Teddy Fresh. I think he started making so much money, he just lost connection with all reality. Like, did you see that thing where Ethan is like, yeah, I decided to impulsively go buy a Rolls Royce. One day he just said, like, he made a bet with somebody and he had to go buy a Rolls Royce as part of the bet. It was like a $400,000 car. So he went that day and bought a Rolls Royce in Los Angeles. He since stole that. Or sold that, maybe? I mean, I wouldn't blame him. I don't think many people keep Rolls Royces for more than like a year or two, because they start to lose. I mean, it's, you don't buy those cars as investments. Let's be clear. Most people, like, I knew somebody who drove one of those Lamborghini SUVs to work every day, and I don't know what they're called, but it was like, you know, Lamborghini. It was an SUV. It wasn't like the skinny thin one, and they sold it like every year. You know, they traded and just kept swapping it in and out. They didn't lease. They had a reason. It was some sort of tax reason they didn't lease. They bought it in full every year and just Urus. Lambo Urus. Yeah, that sounds right. Let's see. Have you watched RRR or heard of it? I don't think so. I don't know what that is. His live streams are laid back and his content is great, but he needs impulse control. I don't know, like, he has moments where he's like kind of funny. The stuff he did to troll Elon Musk on Twitter, I'll be real, I thought it was pretty funny. I mean, yeah, he's the world's, at the time, he was the world's richest man, and he's being trolled by like some random guy that helps run a clothing company and is a YouTuber. Like, it was kind of funny. And he was like, I'm not Elon Musk. And this Elon Musk profile picture, he writes on his like banner, not Elon Musk, parody account and stuff. Like, it was pretty funny. It was actually pretty funny. But I mean, I don't think even fans of Ethan, I think, will agree that things have changed in the last few years, which is a bummer. Let's see. Noel, we just went through it, so if you want to hear the expansive rundown, just go back in the VOD a little bit, maybe like half an hour or something, and you can watch that and then jump back forward with us live and catch up.
Funky Cruncy donated $5 through Super Chat. Hey Luke, why wouldn't an AC PvE game be fun if it mimics God Legends? Can you talk about it a little? Love your content, by the way.
Appreciate the 5. Thank you, Funky Crunk. And as for the question, I think it could be fun. I don't think I said it wouldn't be fun. I think it could be fun. It's just the individual, like, matter of what it looks like. Ghost of Tsushima Legends, I think, was interesting. It was clear that it was kind of tacked on the side. I don't think it would justify a standalone release. But these things are being pitched as potentially standalone releases / expansions for Assassin's Creed Infinity. So it's unclear what that would look like. But I think it could be cool. And in the main video that went up on the main channel today, I break down how, like, I really like Assassin's Creed Unity's multiplayer. Maybe that's a hot take, but I really like the multiplayer in AC Unity. I've played that recently, had a ton of fun with it. But really liked it. I think that would be a cool addition to the franchise lineup. I think that could be cool. I'm more worried that it's from a smaller team, but who knows? The Urus thing. Oh, the Urus thing was just that they had a very, very nice, expensive car, and they bought it, and then they would sell it every year. They didn't buy it and hold it. It didn't stay with them. They sold it. They would trade into a new one. They'd get a Tesla one year. Then they'd trade it for a new Urus, and then they just bounced constantly. There was some, like I said, there was some tax reason they did it. I don't recall what it was specifically, and it was a few years ago. So the laws probably changed by now, let's be real. Try getting into Tsushima twice, not very far with it. I want to like it, but there's just something about that Ubisoft feeling they give that bores me, which stinks because I used to love it. I mean, I will agree there is a real Ubisoft stink in Ghost of Tsushima. For me, at some point, I got over it. It clicked with me, but it was only once I played it at 60 FPS on the PS5. That's when it clicked for me. But until then, I agree. I just could not get into Ghost of Tsushima. I owned it, tried playing it. I just couldn't get into it. Assassin's Creed Syndicate just received a new patch for PS5. Yeah, they fixed the flickering. Yeah, I hope they move on to Unity next. I hope they fix that up. Give it a little love. That'd be awesome. I never found any capable players to do co-op in Unity. Yeah, you kind of have to have a friend to tackle it with. It's fun for a little bit. I mean, it's still Unity, while fun and while I think is worth playing, Unity does, for the record, still have a handful of technical issues for sure. For sure. By the way, did you guys see this? This is the water bottle I'm trying, because this is apparently how much water you're supposed to drink in a day. This is ridiculous. But if this is actually like no cap, Finnabussin, if this is what you're actually supposed to drink in a day, I've been perpetually dehydrated for like a decade. Because I probably over the course of a day regularly would only drink like this much. Over the course of a day, I would say. So yeah, this is a monster. This is 73 ounces or 64 ounces, depending where you fill it to. It's a little ridiculous. I drank the whole thing yesterday. Felt good. Felt good. I think it's good for your skin, too. It's just generally good for you. Plus, Colorado is super dry. You're supposed to take your weight and cut it in half and then turn that to ounces. Okay, that's interesting. I've never heard that, but that's interesting. So I would, by that metric, I'd have to drink even more than this, though. Because if you take your weight and you cut in half, like if this thing is 73 ounces, then that's 146 pounds. So this is what somebody who's like 146 pounds is supposed to drink. So for me, I would have to drink like, what, I don't know, like 1 1/4 of these things? Is that what I'm supposed to do? That's crazy. Is that really? Spec Ops does a lot of stuff with drinks and nutrition stuff, so Spec Ops probably knows. 8 cups? 8 cups is what I've heard. I've heard 8 cups before. But I have a 40-ounce Yeti and I fill it up 4 times a day. I mean, that would be about right. That's a lot of water. And I have like the 64-ounce Yeti that I love dearly. But this thing visualizes it, and so it's like, okay, well, this is aggressively. This is aggressive. I go by B color. I mean, it's probably a good way to do it. For example, around 150 or 1,500 calories. Oh, it's more about the calories you eat, says Steffi. So, for example, 1,500 calories is 1.5 liters of water. Okay. Interesting. I don't know. It's either way. The lesson is I need to drink a hell of a lot more water than I normally drink. Because like I said, I would probably only drink like 24 to 32 ounces of stuff. Usually not water. Usually it was like, you know, in the form of partially a Red Bull and then maybe a Zevia. And then maybe I have some tea later. Like just water I've always been really, really bad at. So I have to do it. Liters. This bottle right here is 2 liters. That's what fits in this. So I probably am only drinking like 700 milliliters a day normally. So I just have to get on it. Overhydrating is also not good. Well, I've always been really bad at it. Even high school, like when we were working out a ton, I was really bad at keeping hydrated. So I just need to get better at it. But that's why I have a gigantic gigantic, crazy water bottle for horses on the desk. So let's see Linus help XQC real quick. I'm actually very intrigued by this, so you guys will have to indulge me while I check this out, okay? So forgive me. We're gonna see what this is like.
I tend to take a Chef Gusteau approach to PC building, but popular streamer XQC
Anyone can build PC.
is challenging my beliefs. I've tried everything from responding to him via video, to popping into his stream with tech tips, to coaching him over the phone. At this point, anyone else would give up, but not me, which is why I am at the airport. After his latest build attempt resulted in a PC that was crashing during his stream, I sprang into action. That's right, when I land, the first thing I'm gonna do is get in a car, drive to his house, and give him some tech tips in person, so that hopefully no one will ever have to watch him do this.
It's gonna break.
Or this.
Dude, it can't mount, it's too big.
Or this.
It literally just doesn't fit.
Ever again.
It literally just doesn't fit. Oh, excuse me. Real quick, what's going to be wrong with the computer? I've not watched this. I have no idea. I would guess if it's running but it's crashing randomly during the stream, I would guess maybe he has like the power cables plugged in incorrectly. So he has like a maybe the PC power cables are routed wrong. I don't know though, but they have headers on it to prevent that. I don't know.
And it's brought to you by our sponsor, Micro Center, because we are going to need some hardware. February is Build Your Video.
Oh, like he shorted something? Maybe, an underpowered PSU would make sense if he bought one that was not powerful enough. But I think they would have caught that, like when he was streaming building it. I think they'd already know. But that would make sense, you're right. It could also be a lemon. I had a power supply that everything was fine. The whole computer was great, except the power supply was just like a lemon. So you'd run it and it would just randomly turn off. And I had to replace that power supply and then it was fine. But I don't know. If he did like those little headers or one of those little capacitors or something, if he damaged that, then yeah, that could probably also do it.
It's been an hour since we landed. We've got our car and we've
Redeem
arrived
a
at
hydrate,
Micro Center,
sorry.
but we haven't heard back from XQC. So at this point, we don't have enough time to go to him, figure out what's wrong, come here and shop, and then go back. They're gonna be closed. So our only option is to kind of just get one of everything that he had in case something was broken and then bring it there. They have changed the layout of this place a lot. I am standing in what used to be like SSDs and RAM and GPUs land. He's probably got a working cooler, right? I would think so. This seems to be all more valuable. Oh my God, how am I supposed to get that? As a short person, I feel personally attacked right now. I usually keep my GPUs in the freezer too. This is the cold aisle.
I freaking love Micro Center, dude. It's so great.
Realistically, the guy's got no budget, so I assume we're just going 40-90 here. I wonder whose money I'm spending right now. Really hope it isn't mine. He had to unlock 2 locks to get the GPU. There's no way lockpicking lawyer could defeat this. 17950X, please.
That's hardcore.
There you go. Perfect. And then a kit of RAM. Does he need more than 32 gigs of RAM? Like, he has 128? Yeah. AM5 can hardly handle 2 sticks of RAM, let alone.
This new PC I have only has 32 gigs of RAM, but it's because with this cooler, I can't fit more than that in it because the cooler's so big. It's a problem for me. But I mean, for games, you really don't need more than 32 gigs. Like, you're hard pressed to find a video game that runs or requires more than 32. Let's be completely real. For the streaming PC and the editing PCs and stuff that we use more than that. Excuse me, but like this, yeah.
4. Micro Center's like
my body's
this,
like,
right?
what's with all this water?
We've got a new
Stop
power
it.
supply, RAM, GPU, motherboard, CPU. Probably not the SSD. Let's grab one just to get. We can't come back, so we're gonna get an SSD too. So tell me something, Razer. If I work at Razer and I like stop gaming, do I get fired?
Do you guys need anything else today?
I don't know. Do you carry our screwdriver yet?
I have one in my car.
That doesn't count. And we're good. We've got everything we could possibly need. He couldn't possibly have screwed it up worse than what we can fix. Is there any wood I can knock on? In and out in only half an hour, but we haven't heard from XQC. So the good news is I got his address ahead of time, which means I guess we're just gonna show up. You know, Andy, it occurs to me, he's probably not answering because he's probably freaking live right now.
Benchmark will crash the stream. No. Chat. Benchmark is dangerous. They already crash the stream.
I'm sorry, just so. I feel bad. He's just a dude, but every time he talks, it just makes me laugh. It just does. Like, oh man, man. No. Every time it's when crash the stream. What? Like, okay.
Well, that explains why he doesn't answer my messages. So I guess we're just gonna show up in the middle of the stream. Hopefully that was the plan. Okay. Well, we tried dropping a message in the chat. We'll see if they manage to get his attention, let him know we're on our way, but...
What did you say? Is it over?
Well, at least he knows we're
It's coming over.
coming now. I love your networking setup, by the way. This is tremendous. It's good.
If you're running, it's a hazard. If you're walking, it's not.
Look, the truth is, I'd rather see a crappy cable than good wireless.
Yeah, well, welcome to the office. You guys
What's up? All right, where's the broken computer at? This one right here, okay.
It's broken.
Can you explain to me what's broken about it? Because all I saw was you tweeting, oh my God, my computer's broken again.
Basically, I think that the motherboard is fried.
You think the motherboard is fried?
How about we make a bet?
Okay.
How about $100? Motherboard's fried.
How about $100? It's not just snot on all of those.
Dude, that's his desk. Look at the rug. Okay, this is triggering me. Who does this? He has a rug that's too big for this room, so it's rolled up the wall by like a foot. Who does that? What kind of maniac does that? And then he also has all of these tissues sprinkled everywhere. The printer's on the floor. I think that's the DualSense Edge. It looks like they sent him a DualSense Edge because of course they did, you know. But this is what always just blows my mind about these streamers. Like, these guys are just freaking loaded. And yet they have a worse setup than like, or a crappier setup. I don't know about crappier. They have a lower effort setup than probably 95% of the people in their chat. I guess like most of you guys have put more effort into your setups than this, and it's not your way of life most likely. But he's just got like a desk. He has like a basic keyboard, headphones thrown up there, like very little effort. And you've seen the camera quality from his stream. Like, he's running with a basic webcam. It's just so low effort. Isn't he a millionaire? Why does his home look like that? I think what it is, and this is my like slight conspiracy theory, okay? I've said this before. I stand by it. I think it's actually fairly likely. What I think it is that these streamers realize that part of the reason people watch them is because they're relatable. Because people relate to them and like to think that they're just hanging out, that they're just buddies, right? And that's why people freaked out when they found out how much some of these streamers were making. Even though anybody who knew anything could have figured out pretty easily, yeah, so they have 50,000 subs or 100,000 subs. They're making $3 on each of those or $250 on each of those. So we can put together pretty quickly. These guys are making $250,000 a month minimum just from subs. They are freaking loaded. But people found out how much they were making when those Twitch leaks happened and lost their minds. And they felt lied to. And it's because I think a lot of like these 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old kids are watching these streams and they see the kind of frankly crappy setup and it's more approachable. It's in a weird way sort of relatable because they don't feel like they're a famous streamer. Like it just feels like you're on a Discord call with your friend, right? It feels super casual and not crazy high effort. And I think that that's what appeals to a lot of people. That's what I would guess. We should do chat setups again. I've updated my PC. I'm down. We could do another round of those. That'd be fun. I think you're giving them too much credit. No way it's intentional. For XQC, I think he's just too lazy to care, and I don't think it matters. Clearly it doesn't matter. I mean, he can just show up like this with a setup like this, and he'll still have 100,000 people in chat, so it doesn't matter. Same with like Asmongold. I don't think he cares enough. He's like, yeah, whatever. My setup works. I don't care. You know, that's the type he is. But for some of these other people, like, I think Hassan is smarter than, or I don't think smart is the wrong word. I think Hassan likes nice stuff, for example. He really likes fancy stuff. He wears like multiple $100 shirts. His clothes regularly are extremely expensive. He likes fancy stuff. And yet his stream setup is extremely, extremely basic. So to me, what that probably says is that he's choosing not to upgrade his stream setup instead of like, yeah, he's choosing not to upgrade his setup, and he's choosing it to spend on other things. Because I just, to put it simply, he doesn't need to upgrade his setup. And I think actually upgrading their setups can regularly be a detrimental thing, because I think it'll start to make people feel like they've sold out. If they go from an XQC style setup to a super fancy one, it'll feel off. Yeah. Let's see. Luke, help, my PC setup appears to be a stock Xbox One from 2013. One of those OGs.
$5 through Super Chat.
Yeah, I don't know if we can help. Charlie for sure does that. Yeah, well, same thing. Like, exactly. Charlie Moist Critical. He's super smart, and he's got like a nice house, a nice room, and yet his overall setup for the stream is super lackluster. I don't know. To me, I think it might not be like a grand conspiracy where they're like, yes, and then I'll appear more relatable and I'll have a crappier setup and it'll be more appealing. But I think one of the reasons that these guys do so well and have so many people in chat is because they have a simpler setup, because it's more approachable, it's more relatable. You know, we have the multiple camera angles, but honestly, it's just because it's kind of who I am. I like having a higher production value stream. I like having a higher production value setup. It makes me more satisfied to come down here and stream when I enjoy doing it, when I've got more stuff going on. I prefer it. It helps me create when the production value is higher. So I just prefer this. But for a lot of streamers, I think they just realized they don't need to upgrade their stream and people will still come. And I think that people will still come because it's relatable, since it's not super high end, if that makes any damn sense at all. I don't know. And then there are those really small streamers with only a few dozen viewers, but spending a lot of money on high quality streaming setup. Well, and I will say, like, I'm a victim of this too. I tend to get to the point where I'll feel like kind of frustrated creatively. And one of the ways, and I have to fight this actively, one of the ways that I try to like kick myself out of those ruts is I will go and try to upgrade the setup, because I'm like, I'm frustrated creatively. I can't think of like what I should do for the next videos or whatever. And so I'll just try to fix it by improving the hardware. If I can't improve like the base content, I'm just going to fix it by getting another camera, you know, or I'll swap microphones out or stuff. You know, it's something that people do just because you want to change something and fix something. And I think that it's why, like, it's kind of cringe when a YouTuber who does this for a living, or a streamer who does this for a living, tells starters and people starting out, like, oh, don't invest too much in a nice camera, don't spend too much on a microphone or any of this stuff. Start with a microphone, then maybe a camera setup, but before that, do a PC setup upgrade and stuff like that. We can give that advice. Most people will ignore it and will still do it anyways. And part of it, you just have to learn that lesson yourself. But it's pretty clear. You don't need a nice setup to be successful on Twitch or on YouTube. Maybe it helps. I'm actually convinced that sometimes it can be a detriment. Because I think sometimes like people pop into a stream and they see that it's super high production value and they sort of check out. It feels like they're watching something much more corporate than something more candid. And I think it's why you guys like, I did that poll. I asked you guys, do you like the wide camera angle? And you guys overwhelmingly preferred the wide camera angle right here to the tight one. Because we used to have a camera angle that would come in about this tight on this camera here. So you wouldn't see any of this stuff on the side. It was super bokeh. It was super soft and buttery like this one. And you guys overwhelmingly voted for the wide angle. You preferred wow. I'm talking like XQC. It's starting to affect me. Or maybe the Red Bull's kicking in, one of the two. It's both. I'm just slowly mentally collapsing. But you guys prefer the wide angle. And I think it's because it's just frankly more candid. It feels more like you're part of it. The wide angle's chill. Yeah. Man's got 2 keyboards. Yeah, bro. I got a third one tucked back there, too. You doubt me? You think no? And yes, it is connected to the PC. See? Here, to prove it, hold on, I'm going to change scenes. Hold on. I didn't wear my glasses today. See? I told you. Why do I have 3? That's a phenomenal question. Hold on. Change back. That's a phenomenal question. That I don't have a great answer for. No, with that, that's actually an old one. I just forgot to take. It's paired through Bluetooth. But that's from, you guys remember, I used to have a camera back here behind the Titanic, where the Titanic is now. And it would cut in this way so you could see the whole setup. And it was kind of like the candid breakaway shot. And so I used that keyboard to be able to change scenes and camera angles and stuff while I was facing that way, not at the computer. And now I just keep that on the shelf because I don't know what to do with it. So, yeah. Meanwhile, I'm talking about you don't need a nice camera to be a successful streamer. But meanwhile, cut to, I have 3 keyboards. It's so stupid. Art is a lie. This whole thing is cringe. Oh, God.
It's tissue papers.
I'm not gonna bet on that. That's unfair.
I got him. No. So you're pretty sure it's the motherboard?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good because...
Hold on. I want to go to this clip from the stream. Yeah, man. I think the super wide angle is part of the charm. It's part of the vibe. It's part of the vibe.
Got him. No. So you're pretty sure it's the motherboard?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good because I brought a spare motherboard just in case.
So I built this computer.
Yes.
The software was all Intel stuff. Then I swapped to a AMD system.
Yes, okay.
And I was kind of lazy. I just said, I'm just gonna plug it straight in, all the software, and just use SSD and just plug and play. So then I launch the computer, and everything starts jamming. The booting is janky, finding Windows, everything is not working properly. What happens then is every time I boot, it's really slow, but I get it to work. But then I'm like, let's just full reset.
By reset, you mean like new Windows install everything?
Full reinstall, right?
Okay.
So I full reset the computer, but then I boot the PC. We see like it says like error 9E, 46, 98, 46, 98, 56, shoot, 5, and just keep cycling.
Okay, tell me something. I say it's the RAM.
Yeah.
What do you want to bet?
I'll give you.
That does sound like RAM. When that stuff cycles and cycles and cycles, that's usually RAM. Disco, thank you. Is he gonna play it? How does his brain work? Dude, I think he probably is just like hyperactive. That's what it seems like to me. Because he's just like, he talks super quick. And it's the same thing. I had a friend who would take, is it Adderall? It's one of those. But he would take it to help with his ADD. And it would make it like, into supercharge, but he would be super focused, but his energy would be out the stratosphere. So he'd be trying to talk to you, and he would be talking so quickly that his mouth like could not keep up with his thoughts. So he would start tripping over words because he was just trying to talk so quickly, and he had so many thoughts, so much he just wanted to get out, but he couldn't talk fast enough to keep up with it. My guess is that he's probably just also super hyperactive like that. That's what I'm guessing. How does the auto text to chat or closed captions keep up with them? I don't think it is auto generated. Wow. I assumed somebody was typing it, but yeah, dude, that's auto generated. That's crazy. I wouldn't have thought that. Let's see. Why isn't it triggering the Disco Cobra super chat? The moment I start reading it, it's gonna pop off. I just know it. Well, Disco Cobra, thank you for that.
That's most definitely what's up.
Appreciate you. See what I'm saying every freaking time. Thank you.
Disco Cobra 2013 donated $20 through Super Chat. So, Sons of the Forest just dropped in early access. Mostly feature complete game. Runs pretty smooth but does have some bugs, glitches. Plus certain things from the forest are not in this one.
Hope certain patches will fix it. Yeah, I heard that too. Like I said, I have it. I just haven't really delved into it much. I tried to play it on my gaming laptop upstairs, and it ran terribly on that. I'm not sure why, because that has a 3070. It should be able to run it okay, but yeah, and that's an early access. The other early access game I've been playing is Kerbal Space Program 2, and I love what they've done with that, but it's super janky. Horrible performance. Like, if you have a decently complicated ship that you're trying to launch, it will straight up drop frames to like 6. Your frames will be 5 during launch. Like, it should take you maybe 45 seconds to get into space if it were running at a smooth frame rate. But because the frame rate's so low, it's chipping along, and it's like, it takes 2, 3, 4 minutes to actually get out of the atmosphere just from that. It's crazy. It's bad. Like, it's hard to be upset because it's early access, so you know that you're not getting a feature complete game, but it's also like, guys, I still paid a lot of money for this, so I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted because I get it. It's early access. It's not full price. I shouldn't demand full price quality, but it's also like, it's not early access money. It's still real money, you know? Like, you know what I'm saying? I just found out recently KSP is being developed by Mexican game dev. Had no idea that they even made games down there. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I saw on the page for KSP 1 that it's, I think it's owned, or maybe Private Division is owned, but it said Take-Two Interactive on it. So I don't know if they're publishing it. I don't know if they gave money to help develop it. I don't know. But apparently Take-Two is involved in some way. You know, it would be really easy to do what must be done to the French, just saying. I feel like I missed something. It's just, I feel like I missed something. Let's see, Luke, what happened to the red and black panels from your older videos? They are actually, I don't know if you can see this. They're behind the, I have the polarizing filter on, but they're behind the setup. So they're all along this back wall. See that dead pixel? See that super ugly dead pixel right there? Oh, gross. So gross. Ew, yuck. Disgusting. This is one of those things, though. If I were like a good streamer, I would just make this. Here, oh, I know what we could do, guys. Guys, welcome to the Luke Stevens XQC stream. We're just going to have it be super out of focus and super overblown. Welcome to the Luke Stevens XQC stream. Welcome to the Luke Stevens XQC stream. I'm here to... Welcome to the... I think this is it. I think we've solved streaming. We did it. This is it. Even in focus, I don't think that'll help. Yeah, look at this. So yeah, I make $300,000 a month. I really pride myself on my content. I try really hard to to focus on making the best content I can. And, you know, my viewers love it. They value me for that. And, you know, I value my work ethic. When I can make something better, I make something better. When I can make an improvement to the stream, I make an improvement to the stream. I have a wonderful work ethic, and I try very hard. I swear, I cannot stand it when, like, streamers have god-awful, just god-awful quality. Even that's still, geez, what is happening? Hold on. There we go. This is going to help. There we go. Nope, still a little. Still a little much. Okay, a little darker. That's what we get with these wide angle aperture lenses. Anyway, but yeah, this is the thing. I could be very successful as a streamer if I just learn to live with camera quality like that. But you know what? I guess we just have to deal with this camera quality because this is what we're doing. Is everyone else having sight issues? Streamer Luke Stevens is going to prison after blinding his entire audience during a stream. Oh God, man. I actually was like talking to Jacob about this because I was like, should I like for the stream have a separate camera that's like actual kind of lower quality, like what should I do? Like, is that what the play is? Should I have a lower quality stream camera to, because one of the common threads with some of the most successful streamers is that they have terrible quality videos. So maybe I should do that. I don't know. I think what it is, honestly, at the end of the day, I think it's probably that they have been making content for a decade and they started streaming when they had really, I mean, that was the camera XQC was using was actually a very nice camera when he started streaming. And so now it's super out of date, but you know, at the time it just was great. And I just think he's never upgraded it because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He still has people coming out to the chat. So why spend a ton of money on a new camera if he doesn't need to, you know? Yeah. And thank you, Rambo. I'm feeling good. Feeling good. Oh yeah. Ooh, feeling good. Yeah. Very sore.
100. Shake on that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. The reason that I say it's the RAM is that right now AM5 is a very new platform, and this is AMD's first generation DDR5 memory controller. And I think you have 128 gigs of RAM.
Yes, then.
Okay.
I did.
Oh, he didn't give me all the information.
It was bad from the get-go. I took half the sticks out.
Because that was my theory.
And even afterwards, when everything was installed and it was running properly, if the computer crashed or I restarted it, long time to boot, it's cycling 98, 45, 46, 98, 1.
Yeah, okay.
And then the next day, I used the capture card. You know what a capture card is?
Yeah.
The computer just goes, and it's just dead.
I wonder if, okay, so you might have screwed up the motherboard. You guys know I had the streaming PC. You guys remember I had the other streaming PC that was like my 5-6-year-old computer. It used to be my gaming computer. Then I got the new one that's now the streaming PC that replaced that one. That one became the streaming PC. Anyway, all that set aside. When I did that, the motherboard had some issue because that PC that was the streaming PC until very recently, that PC was the same one that had the power surge go through it where it started smoking and it bricked like 24 or something terabytes of hard drives that all of my footage was stored on. And I don't think it was probably safe to keep using, but the motherboard was so screwed up that I couldn't use all of the PCIe lanes. Like I could not use I think it had 3 and then 2 small ones. Only the top full-size PCIe lane worked, and that was for the graphics card. Everything else, if you tried to put something in it, it would glitch out like crazy. So I had this Camlink Pro for these cameras, which allows me to have 3 different cameras going at the same time with one like thing to plug in. if I plugged that into that streaming PC, it would glitch out, it'd flash green. You guys were in here for some of those streams. If you've been here for the last like 6 months, you know that it was like weird. We'd get weird graphical glitches where the cam glitches and screen tears. It was just odd. But that was all because the motherboard just had some little fry, a power surge go through it or something. It was just really, really weird. It was really, really weird. You know, my PC did a cycle and shut down too. Want to know what it was? Asus didn't ship it with the updated BIOS to support the DDR5 RAM. Took me an entire day to figure this out. Oh, dude. Oh, Gigabyte? Yeah, that's cringe. It happens, though. I had to do that too. But one time I upgraded BIOS, and then after I did that, I found out that the BIOS had been recalled or something. They had taken it down and said, don't use this after I had already done it. So that was delightful. But yeah, I want to upgrade this RAM in this computer because it kind of bugs me to only have two sticks in it. I kind of want to have all 4. But when I tried doing that, it kind of glitched out. It was giving me trouble, so I don't know what to do. I'll have to talk to the Apex Gaming guys. Top left corner, !PC in chat. Check out Apex Gaming PCs. If you buy a PC through my my link, then you get a discount. I get a little kickback. We all win. Just saying.
And then it says USB overcurrent.
I remember you mentioned that before. Okay.
It says overcurrent. I don't know what that means. I checked back USBs, top ones.
I haven't actually looked at the Dr. Disrespect blanket. I kind of love it. It's a really good way of like making the space feel a little more cozy and then also memeing a little and absorbing a ton of noise because this whole room, I'm sure, is just like echo central. The one thing I'm really excited for in a new place is to have a room where I can just have hardcore like air conditioning blasting in, because I cannot stand when rooms get super hot and stuffy, and this studio space regularly gets super hot and stuffy. I'd say after 2 hours of this streaming stuff, it gets pretty insufferable. It gets up to like 85, 90 degrees Fahrenheit in here, which is why you'll notice we'll be streaming and then I'll just start to look really uncomfortable. And then I'll just be like, okay, I think we're going to wrap it up there. And I might cut the stream off half an hour early. And it's just because I'm sitting in a sauna and I can't. I'm just like, oh my God. I think his fans decorated his setup. Honestly, that would be super fun. That'd be super fun. Nikki and I have been talking about potentially going and spending like 3 to 6 months in Florida to see how we like living there before moving fully. So maybe if we did that and we stay in like a rental or an Airbnb for 6 months or 3 months, maybe what we do is we do a thing where you guys can all vote for how we decorate the stream room in that place. That could be super fun. That'd be super, super fun. I like that idea. Can't you open a window too? I can, but the tricky thing is that I'm in the basement, so it's a window well. So there's no air circulation, there's nothing. It's just the hot air might leave through the window, but not a lot of new air is going to circulate in. That would be cool. Yeah, I think it'd be awesome. Luke, what is the input lag on your projector upstairs? Mine that you saw on stream during the rate my setup is 16 milliseconds, but looking into USC seems like the input lag is usually closer to the 30s. I'll look it up real quick. It's super low because it can also do like 120 frames. It's pretty crazy.
I unplugged all the USBs directly from the Mobo and the case itself.
From the Mobo?
I didn't get a singular good boot ever.
Even if I didn't have all the information, I'm still going to honor the bet because I'd love to have something on the line. And I guess the next order of business for us is to get this thing set up so I can actually observe some of this behavior. I'm going to use my magic tech.
I'm just blown away. Look at that camera, dude. I know it's like, oh, Luke, it's a broken record at this point, but like, damn. Damn. I think this is one thing I do need. I need stuff like this, though. I need the items in the studio for bringing people back here. I think we need stuff like that. Clean the lens. Yeah, dude, for real. For real. It's just, oh, it hurts. Once before, I think it's 720p. I think it's 720p. It's also just like super dark in there. He doesn't have any like specific lights. You notice Linus's camera guy has a light on their camera set aside separately. But man,
Tech Tip's fingers, and I'm just gonna go to turn it on, and it's just gonna turn on and work perfectly, and then I'm gonna have come down here for nothing. Sorry, I'm just talking to your chat. That's cool.
I love that.
Where do you want my spot to be? Yeah, I like this guy. Let's go. Come on. Whoa, he doesn't have water in the. There's no water in the bottom. Yeah, there's a drought here, right? There's always a drought here.
Yes.
I just assume there's a drought here. Is this HDMI only? Yeah, that's very unusual.
I got both. Don't worry about it. Okay, since you have a platform, I can use it to ramble. Okay, what is it with new GPUs and no HDMI ports? Yeah, it's still kind of lame to buy like a $3,000 or $2,000 piece of hardware and like the most normal HDMI port doesn't work on it.
You got an Ethernet cable by any chance?
What's that?
Ethernet cable. Because I'm gonna have to steal some network. Are you bringing another monitor?
Yeah, because it's display ports.
Oh, here's a DP cable. Hello. All right, I'm gonna need a power cable as well.
I think I have one. It's under my desk somewhere.
I can't find the input lag. I'm sorry.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Can't find
I
it.
forget.
It's a jumbo bumbo one.
Okay. Heck yeah, let's see if it fires up for me here. Buddy?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it helps to plug this into the walls.
Yeah, unplug this.
Yeah, might need to lose some.
A little bit less festivity, but more power.
I mean, it's not really holiday season anymore, so I guess that's probably okay. So we had a little flick.
Dude, look, he's got like command strips on the walls to hang stuff. Like, this is a grown man, and he's like, I want to hang Christmas lights. So he just like tripped him up over. It's just amazing to me.
It's not really holiday season anymore, so I guess that's probably okay. So we had a little flicker there. Yeah, all right.
Maybe you want to take a look at the error code. 15 orange.
Okay, it's always orange. I do want to open this up just so we can...
See, now it's 0, 0. See that? It's changing numbers.
So 0, 0 could be a bad mount on the CPU. By the way, this is the screwdriver you refused to let me send you.
Ooh. Okay, it's something. It's not cheap at all. It's actually a good product.
Well...
Look at that. And I remember, it reminds me of the Valorant Spike. You ever seen Valorant Spike before? Chad, does that look like the Spike?
And then this is our new Linus-sized one that's coming. This one's...
It's just like, he looks so much better on a nice camera. He doesn't look homeless.
3D printed.
Oh, it's more my size.
But if you're into like a little space or something.
Yeah, XQC's a lot like Kenny from South Park. Can't understand him, yet everybody loves him. Yeah. I think that's honestly part of it. Part of what's endearing about him is how he seems very innocent. And I think part of the reason he seems so innocent is because people cannot understand him. So people are like, what's he saying? Oh, it's like when an American meets somebody who's like French. They can't understand anything they're saying, but they're like, they just seem so elegant and sophisticated. When in reality, like, they could be describing a murder they just committed and you have no idea. You're just like, but it sounds fancy. I love it.
Yeah,
like
of
that.
course.
Yeah. PC building.
And instead of going like this and doing sideways, I've done a lot of that.
So we're just gonna use the onboard GPU. This could still be bad RAM, but this could be as simple as I just need to pop that CPU out, put it back in, and we're ready to rock.
Okay, it makes sense, yeah.
If what's wrong with it is like kind of a loose connection, then that would explain kind of the flakiness that you're describing, where eventually it boots. We had an AMD server, and this is wild. Wouldn't work every time.
Yeah.
And then you'd just like leave it there, like trying to boot for 15, 20 minutes, and it would turn on. Because the thermal expansion, as it heated up, made the pins make contact. Ah!
That actually is kind of cool. I mean, that's actually kind of cool. That like the PC, the problems they were having with the server, it was just that the CPU wasn't mounted fully smoothly. So as the metal heated up and got bigger from the heat, then it started working. That's kind of cool. You don't think of metal expanding that much, but it sure does. Sure does. But dude, can you imagine you have problems with the computer for weeks and weeks and months, and then finally somebody comes in and it's just like they take off the water cooler, they remount it, put it back on, and then it works. I'd scream. Luke coming in with the jokes.
Luke Rafferty donated €5.99 through Super Chat. Why shouldn't you trust stairs? They're always up to something.
Always. They're always one step ahead.
You think of the Xbox Ring of Death, remember that? With
yes.
the rings, right?
Oh, dude, I never had an Xbox do the Ring of Death. My uncle did, though, and he was livid. I think he thought we did it when we came to visit one time, but we didn't. It just does it by itself.
You would put towels on the Xbox and boot it up, and you would wait till the thermal paste melted a little bit, right, and reapplied so it would actually boot properly.
So there we go. We were
agree.
sitting at 15 for a while. We're still getting this USB device overcurrent status detected. Now, when he told me about this, I went, well, the troubleshooting step for this is quite straightforward. What you need to do is you need to start unplugging.
Wait, what? It always did that.
Oh, wait, what the hell? That was,
very
loose.
Well, it was loose because it's unplugged. I unplugged all of them one by one. I unplugged everything into the overcurrent. Now I was thinking, if the only motherboard is in, and it's saying that, it's going to be busted.
Okay.
It's gotta be.
Now, it can be a busted controller. And then he's right, or at least partially right, because it could be more.
It's also causing, like, it's triggering me that his radial thing is, it looks like it's upside down. I think it's reading 26 for something. I'm guessing it's CPU utilization, but he has it flipped upside down. So, like, he needs to flip it over so that it reads properly. I'm getting triggered.
Those are the nightmare troubleshooting scenarios, when you've got two problems that can kind of mask each other or stack on top of each other. Wait, what the hell? You see this USB header?
Yes, I see it.
It just has like a daisy chain running off of it.
It does.
This should have a cover on it. If this was just sitting grounded on something, it could be shorting.
I couldn't find it. I didn't plug it in at all.
Mind you, if that was ever...
I had that actually on my old PC. It didn't come with that. It could say 92. Yeah, it was like the font was different though. I don't think it was 92.
Plugged into something else,
yeah,
then it could very well be that might have fried the USB controller.
Makes sense.
Come on, side panel.
You know what? Every time that I build a PC, I try to go like, since I'm a streamer and I don't want to deal with problems, I go overkill, right? But every time I get overkill, there's a compatibility problem. There's something with something on the hardware.
You know what they say about the bleeding edge?
No, I know what that means.
Well, it cuts you.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna start with
okay.
a motherboard swap.
He's like, I still have no idea what you're talking about. Blake, hey man, just saw the Assassin's Creed video. My favorite color is green. That's a good color. I'll give you that one. I'm glad you answered. I didn't even have to ask you. That's great.
You've got some time. Go chill with your chat. Do your thing. Good. You do whatever you got to do because this is going to be a little while. Man, I'm back to like my floor days. This is how I used to work on computers back before I owned a table. Okay, we got a lot of stickers in here. You did a good job with the stickers.
The stickers, you like them?
Yeah, it's good.
I do kind of love the window look though. I'll give him that. I kind of like that. This would hurt my neck though, looking down at screen all the time. That'd hurt my brain. I can't, like, ugh. I have to raise everything up. I can't look down at stuff. He 100% didn't get that phrase. Yeah, we had a German exchange student in high school. What was his name? Oh, God. Martin. It was Martin, but it was Martin. I'm Martin. He was like the snooty kind of German. It was Martin. Martin. You would always say it with the, Martin. He was very funny, but he was coming as an exchange student. He didn't speak English super well when he came. By the time he left, he was pretty good. But he would not get like a lot of common turns of phrase. And that was the most interesting thing about it, is like little sayings that we just throw out all the time that we don't even think about. He would not process it, the bleeding edge or cutting edge. He just, what does that mean? No idea. Or like somebody in class said something like, an apple a day. And he's like, what? An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Eat your fruit. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, he just little stuff like that that you just don't think of. I always find that stuff interesting.
It's good.
Oh, yeah, I love stickers.
You did eventually end up getting this.
I love stickers. I mean this in the nicest possible way. I could have guessed that XQC loves stickers. I'll leave it there. But I mean, he seems like the kind of guy that loves stickers.
Well, there it goes. You did get this radiator installed eventually, so that's good.
The problem was the actual mount itself but we figured it out with a DIY one or something.
Yeah, you're good. I mean, even the cable management, actually not that bad,
Really?
Yeah, not that bad. There's actually one more thing that I want to try really quick. I want to do what's called a clear CMOS. So what you do is you pull your battery Or some boards will actually have a button for it. This is a really high-end board, I bet it does. So if there's a button you can just hold down, then that's so convenient.
So
but
maybe this right here, this one, Bing, is it or not?
Oh, hold on.
Sorry, okay, I'm done. No more touching.
It just starts up the PC.
Is this kind of your mood?
Oh, the lighting?
Yeah.
I think this house was built in the 1700s.
In the 17.
The Avila Adobe? What? Oh, he lives in the Avila Adobe. Okay, we have to look up what this place is, though. What is it called? Avila Adobe. This is where he's living? Really? No way he's living here. That doesn't make any damn sense. What are they talking about? Then what is this? A bunch of stuff pulled up. I don't think so too. Oh, I see what the okay. I'm saying, like, he said he's living in the 1700s, and then they looked it up. The oldest standing thing in LA is built in 1818. Okay, I got it. I just inhaled my own throat. That kind of hurt. That makes sense, though. Okay, yeah, okay. I was like, no way he's living in this, like... Can you imagine XQC streaming out of this? Honestly, it would make more sense with his camera quality. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, no way he's living here. How does this make any damn sense? Why would he choose to live here? And how did they let him? Like, what? It's seeing, like, the guy, I think it's a dude sitting there. I think he's got a camera, but from here, like, it kind of looks like he's shirtless, like just a homeless guy. So that's okay. That's pretty funny. That would have been really, really funny if the XQC's just renting this place out. Now I kind of wish he was. That would have been way better. Oh, man. But anyway, yeah, so it's funny. He thinks that he's living in a place built in the 1700s. No, not at all.
1800s, okay.
It came with the lights and never changed them.
Yeah, it's good.
Why do you think it's good? Lighting is terrible.
I think this is going to do exactly the same thing that it did before. You might actually be right. I think I'm going to end up owing you $100.
It's not too hard. How about you walk us through all the things that can short or burn your motherboard?
So this overcurrent error is generally caused by some kind of short that causes the controller to malfunction. It can be that you just have USB devices, like if you've got too much USB on one thing, it'll kind of go, ugh. It's not really a fuse, but it behaves like a fuse. It'll say like, hey, you're drawing too much here, bruh. But what's more likely here is actually that there was some kind of short. If the positive voltage and ground, or really anything else, I guess, touched something metal at the same time with that thing that was hanging off there, it's possible that it would short out, which would cause current to just race through it, and then it might detect an overcurrent event every time. I can look at it a bit closer once I've got it out, and we can see if we can find somewhere on the board with like scorch marks. Yeah, with a burn mark. But modern boards, they make them out of black PCBs now. It's in here. It's good.
Something also I've noticed, motherboards have become like just kind of...
So it sounds like he had his USB controller plugged in wrong, and then probably also had the spare like daisy chain header connected wrong as well. So that was probably, it fried something. That makes sense.
Like finicky to work with. They just keep changing everything, making things weird. Maybe with like stickers and sticky and screws, not screws, like weird grays. What's up with that?
It's half innovation and half marketing both, but it looks cool.
Yeah, I mean,
but it looks cool. That is so true of like all gaming stuff. Does this actually make a difference? Maybe. It's like that's all of it. Or like the joke, you know, when you lose to somebody in Overwatch, you're like, oh man, his chair had more RGB than mine. Damn it. Real quick, guys, I'm gonna pee my pants. This water is doing a number on me. I'll be right back. And so I'll just hold down the fort and I'll return in just a moment. Okay. Hugs and kisses. I'll be right back. I'm so healthy. I have to pee all the time now. I'm back. And before anybody asks, yes, I washed my hands. I'm a good boy. Okay.
Yeah, kind of, sure. I'm gonna get some socks because I think I'm getting, you know, I'm gonna have my feet up there.
Yeah, you do. Do what you gotta do.
I mean, I don't mind it.
You heard it here first. Now, one of the things that can cause this USB over current nonsense is if your I/O shield has one of those little prongs for grounding, just sticking in and touching the pins. But this board has a
Well, I've had that actually. I forgot about that. Yeah, my old PC that had the same issue had prongs on the USB headers that were twisted up. It was really weird.
built-in I/O shield, and I did have a look at it, and there doesn't appear to be any kind of defect. All of the theories that I've had so far about what might be going on here have not panned out.
Technically speaking, could there be a possible short that isn't like visual? It just kind of happens at like a miniature scale?
Yeah, it could just be, I mean, happens, right? Like, it seems to happen to you a lot though, you know? Let me just grab my replacement board. So did you pull your boot drive out of here?
Look at you. Are you having fun with this?
Oh yeah.
All sticky, and it leaves residue. It's like one of those sticky things that leaves residue.
If this wasn't there, putting this heat shield over top of it would actually make it run hotter.
They made a problem, but at least they fixed the problem with this.
Correct. You know, you're much smarter than the character you play on TV.
Well, I mean,
one of the first things we're gonna do.
They just cut it off. They did him dirty with that. I mean, and maybe he does ham it up. Like we were chatting about XQC, and I was like, I just don't understand him. He's such a figment, like, of my imagination. It seems like he's just a fever dream. But like, I think to a certain extent, he probably hams this up a little bit. Like, probably a little bit. You know, I don't think he's as ditzy as he makes himself out to be. I think he realizes, like, he's in tune enough with his audience that he knows that he goes viral for these clips where he's just seemingly stupid and weird. And so he hams it up, and I can't blame him.
It was, even though we are going full XQC style and building on the carpet here, we're gonna avoid putting the actual motherboard on the carpet, and I'm also just gonna make sure that I'm touching the chassis, which is connected to the power supply, which is connected to the wall. Okay, now, one of the things we wanna do is we wanna make sure this CPU is super clean, which it is. And I didn't see anything obvious in the socket on the old board that would lead me to believe that it wasn't contacting properly. If I run into any trouble with the liquid cooler, I'm just gonna go straight to this because I know for sure we have the right mounts. And in terms of reliability, air cooling, man.
Yeah, unless there's like a chicken PC incident. Sometimes I've been, like in the past, I've had
a chicken PC incident? What?
Chicken PC. So I had Chipotle and dropped the chicken under the PC, and I was doing something at the time. I was busy, and I forgot the chicken was there, and over time it cooked, and then.
Okay. I might have to take back what I said where I'm like, he's hamming it up. He's actually like playing 4D chess. He was like eating Chipotle or something while building his previous PC, and then dropped chicken on the computer, forgot about it, and then it fried it over time.
You promise me you won't spill chicken, squid, or Coke in my computer,
No
right?
chicken.
Man, I really...
No chicken. I reserve the right for squid.
Don't, like, ruin this board or anything, because that would be super awkward. I do not have a way to get another...
He's still just playing with the sticky tape. I've seen Lachlan do this. Like, look at what... He's having so much fun. Look at this.
Hope we don't, like, ruin this board or anything, because that would be super awkward. I do not...
He's just playing with the sticky tape from the heat spreader on the NVMe SSD.
Not have a way to get another one tonight.
Playing with this goo, like the thing that they put in, and it just kind of dissipated. I thought I could be able to play with it, but yeah, and I'm greasy. Chat, look at this.
The main thing here is we're just gonna go slow and steady wins the race.
Oh,
this is a
man.
simple operation.
This is an adult. This is a multimillionaire right there. You can do it. Whenever people are like, ah, no, wealth is too far for me. I'll never be successful. I'm just going to play them back this clip of XQC sitting on the floor, getting his fingers covered in crap.
And board swap.
Oh.
I'm just gonna put this motherboard in. We're gonna run off the onboard audio. That's it. Put like 2 screws in. Just a little bit of light might be nice, but yeah, there we go.
Oh, but I got these lights, like Tom Raider.
Oh, like Tomb Raider.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
Tom Raider is what he called it. Tom Ryder.
Yeah, Tom Raider is like the male version with Tom Croft. All right, we're at the stage now where we can run a quick test and just see if we get the same error. If the hardware is possessed, if it makes no sense at all, it's the power supply.
Okay.
Okay. 15, our old friend is back. It will probably power cycle once. It's probably memory training. Anytime you have a new board, it'll do that, memory training.
Oh.
Okay, new CPU installed.
Oh, is this an error you recognize?
Yeah, oh yeah, this is normal. This just means we have a new CPU in the system, no problem.
It wouldn't.
Yes.
This is farther than the computer's been since the problem happened.
All right, that's good. That's progress.
Okay, progress then.
I love this, repping the Red Dragon, man. These guys have freaking taken over. They were in Micro Center today.
Really?
Yeah, not that long ago. These were like a weird online-only brand, right? These guys are freaking everywhere. They have some good stuff. They have some that's just absolute garbage. It's kind of all over the place. Yeah, it's okay, no time. It's updating the BIOS right now. Then I'm gonna connect something to the keyboard, and then you're gonna touch that. You're gonna f up the whole thing. Don't f up my motherboard.
I will not.
We don't have a USB overcurrent error anymore. So it does seem like you were right, but joke's on you because I don't carry American money. So you're getting 100 Canadian dollars.
Oh!
Utterly worthless. Good luck spending it.
I was half right, but I'll take the money.
Yeah, well, okay, hey.
Also, it smells good.
I can still be right too.
Oh, well, I don't carry cash of any kind. Even if you won, I would have probably been like, you got Venmo, PayPal, like that, or I could just scam you or one or the other. Before, I've never had a boot under 5 minutes. It had never happened before.
That's weird. That's not right.
A boot under 5 minutes. What on earth?
Oh, there you go.
Hey, all right. Okay, we're gonna kick things up a notch, and we're gonna plug in a mouse.
Is there a way to dim the monitor a little bit more?
Yes, sir. We're all the way down, Andy. That's as much as you get. Yep. Oh, what was that?
Did it reset?
Yeah. Nothing's perfect. Just like Microsoft. Windows, it's not perfect, but darn it, they're doing their best.
Yeah.
They can build some pretty crap stuff if they really set their mind to it. Teams, okay?
Are you hitting on Teams?
Oh.
I love Teams.
You like Teams. Yep. Okay, how many people you got on Teams?
0. Where is it Bing? You use Bing?
No.
Oh.
Bing is about to get amazing.
Oh.
And this, I will bet you $1,000.
Oh, man.
You know how I know? You know ChatGPT? Microsoft has invested over $1 billion.
Linus called this. This was like right before. No, maybe this was right at the announcement. I don't know.
$1 in OpenAI. Bing is going to be the shit. I only needed one piece of hardware? That's amazing.
You bought Why did you buy a GPU for?
Oh, I didn't buy nothing. Micro Center was just like, oh, okay, you're doing a video, sure, whatever. Okay, yeah. And they loaded me up, man. This should be a fast restart. I'm banking on it.
When you're streaming, you have 90 seconds to come back because your stream crashes.
Yeah.
And I could never meet it with this computer. This is why it was important that I get the fast boot.
Well, so we should time it. Let's let it finish.
Yeah.
And then we'll time it. And we gotta beat 90 seconds. We can do that. Stream crashed. Now, I am going to shut her down. Oh my God, this does not track on the carpet. I am hurting my chances here.
I'd be nervous if this happened to me.
Yeah.
So we're still on pace.
Let's
okay,
see.
Sure. So this is a fair test.
90 seconds is
12.
Should be plenty.
Oh my.
Oh, 40 seconds.
Okay, that was 40
seconds. You
want
to reboot again?
5,
yeah.
Right? Then I'd be logged in.
The next thing I want to do is I want to shut it down, and then I want to get everything hooked back up. Did you ever have the front?
Yeah, I think that was it.
You know what? No.
Okay, well that makes sense. Oh.
Oh no.
I think it was facing the wrong way. So if you went hard and tried to put that in there.
Oh no.
Okay, can you see how all the little ends, you can see all the little pins sticking out of the little ends there? They're either crunched or they're burned.
Oh my God, I see them.
Oh.
Oh.
Look at that. Yep, that'll do it.
Wow. You think that's it? I think that's.
He crammed it in when it didn't fit and fried the USB header. That's funny. That's funny. Hey, Tom, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you. And you keep up the good work too, my friend. If you ever have any scoops and you want to cross-reference with anything I've heard, just reach out. I've got contact info in my link tree. But good to hear from you, my brother.
That's it. So I think what happened was you pushed on it, and then those wires are probably shorted, And that's why I couldn't find it, because I only looked at these ones down here because I was trying to chase down that red herring there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The one that had the leads coming off, because I thought maybe that's what shorted, but it was the USB Type-C connector. So we don't get to blame ASUS for your problems, because you can see I had to bend it back the other way in order to put this in here. We got it.
That makes sense. So it was XQC's fault all along. Oops. Oops. That's an oopsie poopsie. What are you gonna do? Yeah, being in a hurry and forcing when building anything is never a good thing. Well, and it's, for the most part, computer stuff is kind of like, the joke is that it's adult Legos, but the inference from that is that this stuff is supposed to fit together. So if you have like USB headers or stuff, it's supposed to fit in and just easily go in, and that's it. If you have to like cram it in, it's probably not supposed to go in that way, and you should take a moment to figure out what's wrong. So, wow, what a surprise. It was XQC fault. Well, it's like Linus said a couple times. This type of thing seems to happen to you a lot. It doesn't seem to be just a quick, like, oh no, it just happened. Like, everybody has bugs that just happen occasionally, you know. But it's just... it's just crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, it used to be like Legos. It's gotten pretty complicated now. You think it's more complicated now? I would say it's probably easier now. I don't know, like, especially wiring. Like, my old PC I built in like 2017. I think it also probably depends on price point, but like the headers, you know, on the bottom right of your PC or the motherboard, on the bottom right, there's all the headers for like the front panel, for the power button, all that stuff. On like these motherboards that are newer, they all come in like a plastic rectangle, and you just kind of plug it all in at once, and they're already routed to the right holes. You just plug it in, it's one go. Whereas on my older PC, each individual pin I had to pair up properly while cross-referencing the manual and making sure. Like, it was kind of a lot. And if you did it wrong, you could just straight up brick your PC, which is always a little stressful. But I mean, it's just crazy. I would say it's probably gotten easier. But again, I think it's probably price point. I think if you buy cheaper hardware nowadays, you probably still will have trouble with it. It's probably not as convenient, I would assume. Back in the early 2000s, we didn't have 100 LED plugins, multiple PCIEs, GPU was AGP, hard drives only, super easy. Every wire was very specific, and there weren't multiples. I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess I don't have experience building PCs in the early 2000s, so I will give you that. But I mean, the other piece is now you have YouTube videos, and there's more tools and tutorials and guides and stuff for building PCs than ever before, you know. So I think it should, in theory, be easier, but maybe it's not. When I was studying business and design technology, we had to build a PC for our exam. Wasn't bad, to be honest. I mean, I've had my fair share of hiccups building PCs. Like I said, one of my computers started smoking randomly. That's a big oopsie. So I've had a handful of hiccups here and there, but all told, it's been fairly straightforward. The big thing is, like we said, if it doesn't fit, don't force it. 2, don't be afraid to like look up guides if you don't know. 3, I mean, I'd say, you know, if you have somebody you know who's built a PC before, that really helps, because you can just have them help you. And, you know, some of those little things that you might not know about or you might be really stressed about, they can just come in and be like, no, this is what we do. Probably the most common thing is like the RAM stuff. People just think that you set it up 1, 2, 3, 4. And so they'll just put 2 sticks of RAM right next to each other, when in reality they have to be separated in pairs. So that's a really common thing, but you might not know that unless you look up a guide that stresses that, or if you have a friend helping you build it, you know, so that type of thing can really help. But anyway, it's interesting to see XQC's setup and routine. The whole thing is just fascinating. All of XQC stuff is just fascinating to me. Tip, be gentle and clean. Looking at XQC. Yeah, don't eat Chipotle while building a PC and then drop chicken inside your computer where it cooks. It's so freaking stupid. He's a real human being. He's just like, oh yeah, my other PC, I dropped some food in there, forgot about it, and then it cooked. It was like a barbecue. I was just like, dude. Wow. Wow. But I mean, this is why he's entertaining, is that he just doesn't seem like a real human being. He's just a baby, yeah. Is this live or a replay? I don't know, Madsen. Are you live? Are you a replay? My life is a replay. It's just the same thing over and over again. Non-stop. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, XQC. Love him. Let's see. Why does my PC smell so good? Yeah, dude, can you imagine just how gross that would be? Just like spill stuff like that. I saw like, I think it was, it was Boogie. It was like an old school video of Boogie 2988. Hold on, maybe I can find that. Boogie 2988 setup, maybe? My gaming setup. This is Boogie 8 years ago, 2014, August of 2014. And he shows like his setup. For one, he always had his PC set up backwards so he could get to the ports easier. So like it's always facing the wall. It's just a rat's nest of cables and stuff. He used a small TV, like an Insignia from Best Buy, like the store brand TV as his monitor. He has his waters and stuff. I did see another tour though where he had on top of his computer, he had just stacks of like soda cans and stuff. And I was like, I never understood how people could spill soda into their computers. Like XQC said he spilled Coke inside his computer. Never understood that until I saw people doing that. I was like, oh, hell yeah. I guess I just never thought that people actually would put soda on top of their PC case. Because if it spills in, it's going to like dribble through the grates and the fans. Can you imagine if you spilled soda into your PC? Like up on here, there's little air grates and air vents. If you spilled a soda up here, it's going to hit the radiator and then the fans. It's going to spray everywhere inside. It's going to be a fine mist all throughout the computer. Like the whole thing would just be gone. I can't even imagine. Like, if that happened to me, I would just freeze and I probably wouldn't move for a solid 15 minutes. I would just be in shock. But, oh my God. It's dead. It's all dead. Do it. Dude, yeah, I would cry like a baby. No amount of goo playing would fix that. You're screwed at that point, man. I can't even imagine. Like the finest mist you could imagine of soda. Sugary, sticky soda. Evenly distributed throughout every single electrical component in your computer. Ooh, I can't even. Yeah, just the idea of that caused my eyelid to twitch. Yeah, that's why you do not set drinks on top of your computer. I guarantee you there's one person at least in this stream right now who's watching it and is just... They're like, oh, feel targeted. I feel personally attacked in this moment. Water you might be able to save, but soda, God, no. Yeah, I mean, sugary, sticky soda, and in the fine mist. The fine mist is what would do it. It'd be one thing if like you spilled it and then maybe it seeped in, or if there's no fans on top, maybe, you know, it might fry one thing, but you'll be okay. But going into like the radiator and then the 3 fans that just evenly spread out, dude, you'd be hard pressed to find a better way of destroying your computer in one 10-second burst. Like that is how you do it. That's the speed run. Speed running of breaking your computer. That's how you do it. Man, I used to watch so much Boogie stuff. Early in the day, man, I followed Boogie so close. I watched Boogie a ton. Used to watch everything. And nowadays, I don't know. It's just tough. None of his stuff's appealing anymore. It's kind of sad. Real quick, Maddie posted a video where he says that something Bethesda responds to the rumors, ... It's a major twist. I don't know what this means. I have no idea. But I feel like we should see because I am intrigued. The clickbait is working. I'm part of the problem. I'm part of the problem, Maddie.
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today with another round of video game news. Today, we are focusing on Bethesda as they've been hit with a surprise twist, and I think we as well have been hit with a smidge of a surprise twist as it's been announced that Shinji Mikami...
Oh, yeah. Basically, he's going to run through this, so me explaining this is a waste of time, but I'm going to do it anyways. Basically, this is the guy that runs Tango DreamWorks, or DreamWorks, Tango GameWorks. And that's the team that put out Hi-Fi Rush. And he just announced he's retiring, which is really, really weird because people are like, why is he retiring if he just had a really successful game? Oh my God. Plot twist.
Mikami is leaving Tango GameWorks. Now, you may see this video and think, well, what's the significance of that? But we're talking about a legend in the business leaving his own company and what this means for the future of Tango. You see, Tango really wasn't on the map for many up until Hi-Fi Rush. For me, I love The Evil Within 1. I have mixed feelings about 2, but Hi-Fi Rush is nothing short of fantastic. So many have found the timing really curious. You just had your most successful game. Why are you out? I did some research, I did some digging. We're going to cover the entire story here today on what's going on with Bethesda and Tango GameWorks and just calm the masses who may be reacting to this in a negative way. So ladies and gentlemen, if you are new here, you're into Bethesda news and information, you're in the right place. Consider subscribing. Let's begin at the top where the story broke overnight last night. This is the second video this week where we have news breaking at 2, 3 in the morning, and I'm like, okay, I guess tomorrow's video is probably set. We'll see what else happens. And so this was the biggest story of the day. So let's get started over at trueachievements.com.
That has been the last week for me. Friday, I was like, oh, well, we'll do this other video. And then the Suicide Squad stuff happened. I was like, we should talk about that. And then before this, Tom dropped the news on Assassin's Creed. It was cool to see him in here. That's super cool that he popped in to say hi. But he came in and you know, dropped the Assassin's Creed leaks and information. That was super cool. So yeah, it's been a wild week or so, but yeah, that's what we do.
Where they broke the story and they had an excerpt of an email sent by Todd Vaughn, who's senior VP over at Bethesda, and here are some noteworthy quotes from it. I am writing today to let you know that studio head Shinji Mikami has decided to leave Tango GameWorks in the coming months, Vaughn said. Mikami-san has been a creative leader and...
Oh, thank you, my babe. Much love. Love ya. Thank you. Ooh, cantaloupe and a salad. Wow. Wow, lucky me.
Supportive mentor to young developers at Tango for 12 years through his work on the Evil Within franchise, Ghostwire Tokyo, and of course, Hi-Fi Rush. In the email, Vaughn called Hi-Fi Rush one of the most successful launches for Bethesda and Xbox in recent years, adding that the rhythm-based action game has generated significant positive momentum for the business and Tango. I know the news isn't about that today, but we just need to acknowledge that Hi-Fi Rush is being considered by Bethesda in recent years. So I'm thinking Doom Eternal, Deathloop as fantastic games that did really well for them. And they're saying that Hi-Fi Rush is amongst the best of the best. That is really exciting because I think many of us want to see this become a series. The idea of Peppermint being fully playable, expanding that combat system, expanding the rhythm-based mechanics. There's so much potential in Hi-Fi Rush, and it feels like we're just scratching the surface of what that series can do. So I imagine a Hi-Fi Rush 2 is on the way, but Mikami is out, and this was subsequently confirmed by Bethesda in the morning today, where they posted a tweet with the following statement. We can confirm that Shinji Mikami has decided to leave Tango Gameworks in the coming months. We thank him for his work as a creative leader and supportive mentor to young developers on the Evil Within franchise, Ghostwire Tokyo, and of course, Hi-Fi Rush. We wish Mikami-san well in the future and are excited by what lies ahead for the talented developers at Tango. Okay, first question is probably why? Shinji Mikami is a legend in this business.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, he is retirement age. Sometimes people retire. I know it's weird, but sometimes it happens. So that could be it. And honestly, like, if I were going to retire, I'd probably want to retire right after a really successful launch of an experimental game. Like, why not go out on top? Like, if the game did terribly and then he retired, I think people would be like, oh, it makes sense. Yeah. But now it's like really, it's received really well. And people are like, why is he leaving? This doesn't make any sense. Maybe he just wants to go out while he's on the top. I don't know. Professor Murdoch, good to see you. Feeling good. Feeling lively.
The father of survival horror. He was there from the very beginning with Resident Evil. He went off, made his own company with Tango Gameworks. He brought in a lot of young developers, has served in a mentor role for quite some time now. He also worked on the likes of Vanquish, Beautiful Joe. I mean, when I say legendary, my man's track record will be talked about in video game history for eternity. Like, he has done some significant things. And you heard a key number there, 33 years. He's been at it for a while now, okay? So let's roll back the clock a little bit to the media promotion for Ghostwire Tokyo. This came out just at the top of last year from Tango. We thought that'd be it from them for a while, and that the first Xbox Tango game would be the Xbox port of Ghostwire. Well, during that media promotion, here is what Mikami had to say. Speaking to video games 24/7 as part of the media promotion for Ghostwire Tokyo, which he is executive producing, we'll go circle back around to that in a moment, Shinji Mikami hinted that he wants to personally direct one last game before retiring. There's no telling when that will happen, though. In the same interview, Mikami-san also said that his beloved survival horror genre is not at its peak, suggesting he may want to wait a bit for this last production. This isn't the first time that Mikami has suggested that he may want to retire, but the timing is curious, right? That he is leaving the studio now following Tango's biggest success.
I don't know if this is... I mean, it doesn't sound like there's much of a scandal here. He just said last year that he was going to retire. He wants to retire, not move on to a new studio or do other stuff. He says, yeah, I want to retire after my next game that I direct. And then he just retired.
Circle back to what Todd Vaughn wrote in his email, because calling Hi-Fi Rush among some of the most successful that Bethesda's put out in recent years is noteworthy, given that Tango has sort of been the bottom tier studio, if you will, when it comes to the whole Bethesda makeup. You of course have Bethesda Game Studios, you have Arcane, these are your top tier studios, you have id, and then you have like Tango sort of in the middle to bottom area. And they've never really been able to punch above their weight until finally now with Hi-Fi Rush. I loved the first Evil Within. I thought it was fantastic, but a lot of people were pretty lukewarm on it. A lot of folks were also kind of lukewarm on Evil Within 2, but as the years go on, I see more positive talk about it. And then Hi-Fi Rush has received universal praise. It's done very well. It's clearly the company's most successful game. So some folks may go, why now when you just had your most successful title? Well, what a lot of people don't know is that Mikami's been in a bit of a mentor role for over the last decade. He hasn't directed a game in over 10 years. In fact, he's served as executive producer on the company's last 2 games. Now, every company functions differently in what each role means to a particular person, but typically speaking, executive producing is like, we'll say, overviewing a project, providing advice, helping manage the project, so on and so forth. Not, it's his vision from top to bottom, right? Who's actually been spearheading the last 2 projects is John Johannes, and this name may be familiar to you because it's become very popular as of late when it comes to Hi-Fi Rush. He has directed Hi-Fi Rush. He directed The Evil Within 2. This is noteworthy because I view this moment here as Shinji probably taking some time off and passing the torch. You see, his whole team was built.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. I don't know. To me, this whole, it's kind of a non-story. It's just like, he decided to retire after a very successful game. For shame. I'm like, yeah, so, okay. Cool. I don't know. To me, it doesn't seem that scandalous. If I were going to retire, I'd rather retire when the company's booming, like, and taking off. You know? One thing I think that could be fun, real quick, because we just need to check it young out. I want to see, I haven't kept up on the Suicide Squad stuff. I tried not to look at other people's perceptions of the gameplay showcase, the reveal trailer thing that they did for Suicide Squad. I just didn't want to have my opinions tweaked. I didn't want to just echo Reddit posts or anything. So I tried to just make my video on it after we finish streaming and move on from there. And Young made a video where he says it's being mass downvoted by the internet due to live service distaste. So we'll check this out because he's probably collected some different things to discuss, and we'll see what it looks like. I will say, like, this is the face I imagine someone makes right at the cusp of a colonoscopy. I just have a talent for pausing videos right at the perfect moment. So I don't know. I feel bad. Sorry, Yong. I do this to Maddie too. Every time I pause a video for Maddie, it looks like he's just stepped on a Lego. But you know, I'll try to treat you better.
Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. Man, talk about a game with an amazing concept, but whose execution I have doubts about because of the live service components that are going into it. The folks at Rocksteady recently showcased the game during the latest State of PlayStation, and you can see right here the likes to dislikes ratio on the State of Play as a whole is already not looking great. But then
yeah, I don't have that plugin installed, so I can't see it.
The latest State of PlayStation.
What was it?
And you can see right here the likes to dislikes.
27K down 11K, and that's for the whole State of Play. That's not even the trailer specifically. I wonder, hold on, can I just install this extension? Like to dislike ratio, maybe. What's dislikes for YouTube? Maybe. Return dislike for YouTube. That looks right. Okay, add extension. Voila. Okay. And then what if I just go to the Suicide Squad trailer? Let's see what this is like. I've not seen this actually. 1 year ago, 3 days ago. This is from GameSpot. 16,000 dislikes. And bear in mind, this would be more for, like, this would be a lot more if dislikes were publicly visible. Because a lot of people, they tend to dislike when they want to join the bandwagon. So I think this number would be even bigger if it were visible. Wow. Yeah, I mean, this actually perfectly explains my feelings on the game. I'm more excited for the cutscenes than the game. Yeah. Yep. For real. Nothing like watching Captain Boomerang use guns all the time. Yeah, for real. Battle Pass, yes. Looter shooter mechanics, yes. Gear score, yes. Damage numbers, yes. Builds, yes. Mindless hack and slash, yes. Well done, Rocksteady. Everything the gaming community just loves about AAA live service titles. Man, I was not ready for the overwhelmingly negative response to all this. What about the IGN one? 14 up, 39,000 down. That's tough. That's tough. Oh man, I saw somebody commented this when we were doing the live stream. I'm not going to respond to it. I'm not going to verbalize it because it's extremely mean. And I'll just leave it there. It's extremely mean. We don't make fun of people's appearance. We don't do that. They can't help it. Okay, yeah, he looks at.
You can see right here 5.9 thousand likes versus Boomerang and a signature weapon, shotgun.
Oh, I just.
Frank's.
Oh, that's funny. Are these the same exact people? It's the same exact people. They're just copy and pasting their comments on every single video. That's funny.
Some of the feedback that people have been sharing, including, yes, Captain Boomerang and a signature weapon, shotgun, referring to the fact that a lot of the gameplay in this game just seems to be third-person shooting, while the different characters do have melee attacks and special abilities and whatnot. And while there is a lot of verticality with how large levels look and how you can traverse aerially either by swinging or flying around, the core gameplay of each character ultimately feels like it's just shooting, and like that's the majority of what you'll be doing, which is a bit disappointing and makes each hero less unique, stand out less. It's a stark contrast from Rocksteady's previous Arkham series games where the entirety of those games' combat revolved around making you feel like Batman. His entire kit felt Batman appropriate. Whereas in Suicide Squad, it just feels like at its core, it's kind of like a generic third-person looter shooter with superhero elements attached to it rather than a purely superhero game where you really feel like those characters. Again, I haven't played the game. I'll hold out judgment, but you know, what they showed us, I don't know, it was just not jiving with me. And I don't know if it was just me, but looking at the gameplay, there were aspects of it that looked janky, the animation transitions and whatnot. There was just something about it that felt very looter-shootery. When you look at multiplayer games, you can tell that there has to be a sacrifice in fidelity to accommodate the technical aspects of multiplayer, whereas in a single-player experience, because it's an isolated instance, you can really push the graphics and animation fidelity. And I feel like some of that gets lost in Suicide Squad because it's primarily a multiplayer experience.
we just went back and played Batman Arkham Knight on the 4090. And on the 4090, I mean, even not on the 4090, but just in general, Arkham Knight still looks amazing. And I think, and I don't think this is a controversial thing to say, I think Batman Arkham Knight looks a hell of a lot better than this does. Personal opinion. Take it or leave it. But having just gone back through it, like, I don't think it's that close. I think Arkham Knight, far and away, looks way better than this. And we could say, like, Young just tried to play devil's advocate, and I'll give him credit for that. Like, oh, well, you got to sacrifice fidelity for multiplayer. That's absolutely true. And we're trying to be, like, fair about it. Yeah, you have to bring up the fact that it's multiplayer, it's online, so you got to sacrifice some fidelity. But, like, we're talking about 8 years. Almost a decade. Time difference. And I think you can look at a lot of multiplayer games or a lot of single player games from 2015 where we've had multiplayer games that look better than them now. Single player games, multiplayer games that look better. Yeah. There's so many weird things about Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League that just weird me out. The whole thing is just odd. Because it seems like such a weird departure for Rocksteady from what they're known for, from what they're good at. A lot of their executives are leaving. The whole thing is weird.
Experience. You can play it single player with bots, but it feels very much like it is a live service, a la Marvel's Avengers. I do think it looks better than Marvel's Avengers, though that's not saying much, but it's got those vibes of, oh, I'm going to be grinding a lot, and it is going to try to draw out the experience as much as possible. It's not going to be this very meticulously designed and properly paced experience. I don't know, that's just the feeling I get. Again, haven't played the game. We'll have to hold out, but that's the general worry that people have. I do like the cutscenes that I've seen so far. Maybe it'll have a good enough story to carry the experience through. The fact that the game has been designed with a live service co-op experience in mind means that playing it solo, I get the sense that the overall level design, game design, set piece design, and whatnot will be held back, that the campaign won't feel like it has that level of handcraftedness that single-player focused experiences do, the kind of handcraftedness you see in something like God of War or, hell, the old Arkham titles. Here's another comment that reads, Battle Pass, check. Looter shooter mechanics, check. Gear score, check. Damage numbers, check. Builds, check. Mindless hack and slash, check. Well done, Rocksteady. Everything the gaming community just loves about AAA live service titles. Some people are hoping that at least this game has more enemy variety than Marvel's Avengers. Man, I just hope it's not like Avengers where you're killing the same Brainiac bots over and over again. And then some expressing disappointment that given Rocksteady's pedigree, that this is what we're getting out of them 8 years after the last title. We had to wait 8 years for another Rocksteady game, and we got this. And the list just goes on and on. These are generally the types of comments that you'll see scrolling down, just the general expression of disappointment and concern that this is not the kind of game that people will want out of a Suicide Squad AAA video game, much like how Marvel's Avengers wasn't the type of experience that people were hoping for out of an Avengers AAA game. And looking at other Suicide Squad uploads, you can see that the likes to dislikes ratio is similar. This video that I showed you right here is just a gameplay segment, but there is a second video that was uploaded to the official PlayStation channel, developers commenting over gameplay and kind of highlighting the features you can expect out of it. The dev commentary footage YouTube upload you can see right here has 1.5 thousand likes versus a whopping 5.9.
I would love to know what they're saying in the studio right now.
Block Knighted Zaibatsu donated $4.99 through Super Chat. If they want any success from this game, they'll throw it on Game Pass cuz yikes, tears of joy rolling on the floor, laughing man, facepalming, medium dark skin tone.
Medium dark skin tone. I find it funny that it always reads out the skin tone of the emoji, but only if it's not the default color. It's really weird. Anyway, but thank you. I appreciate the $4.99, and I mean, I agree. That's one way to like slam dunk it. But it's, I would just love to know what they're saying, because like we can't by default see these likes to dislikes, but we can if we use the plugins and extensions. And I would guess that a lot of the devs and especially the studio execs are keeping tabs on gamer sentiment around this title, and they're seeing the overwhelmingly negative reception. And this is really humbling for Warner Brothers, because they just had Hogwarts Legacy, which exploded and is selling like ridiculously well. Reception's super positive. And then they come out with this right on the heels of that, and they're publishing this game from a more established developer, a team that's supposedly much better at making games, because they've done it. They've had Game of the Year like twice now. I don't think they got it for Arkham Knight, but they got Game of the Year. Well, I know they didn't get it for Arkham Knight, but I think they got it for Arkham Asylum and City. But we've had you know, like the studio is supposed to be very, very qualified, very good. And they put in this stuff and now people are like, hell no, this is not what we wanted. This is terrible. This is live service garbage. And the reception is very, very negative. So I would assume that the executives are getting humbled right about now. But I mean, dollars are the only thing that they'll pay attention to. So it depends on how much money people toss towards it. Obviously, yeah, I agree. The Harry Potter fan base is much more rabid than the Suicide Squad fan base. I don't think there's anywhere near the number of people as really into Suicide Squad as are into Harry Potter. However, it's also just a general sentiment around gamers. Like Hogwarts Legacy, single player narrative experience. It's not a great RPG, but as an adventure game, it's pretty good. And it has its problems, but in the most basic terms, it delivered on most of what people wanted from it. Whereas this, everything people were hoping for from a new Rocksteady game is being missed. And it just seems like a huge swing and a miss. Huge swing and a miss. I don't know. How would you see a game like this? What would you want from a title like this? Well, for one, the reason I love Rocksteady is because they're really, really good at handcrafting these linear narrative action adventure games. They're really good at it. And especially pushing graphical boundaries and cranking out, you know, these amazingly detailed worlds in the form of Batman Arkham Knight, Batman Arkham City, my personal favorite, Batman Arkham Asylum. And to see them put something like this out, which just seems soulless. It seems to be just your average corporate design by committee looter shooter meant to be a games as a service title where all they can talk about is how they'll have years of content coming, more playable characters, cosmetics, a battle pass, all this stuff. It starts to get really, really concerning because it shows that they just are completely out of touch with what gamers actually want. And the thing is, I don't think the devs are out of touch with what gamers actually want. I think it's the executives who are forcing this to happen. And this game was greenlit a while back, and I'm sure they thought, if anybody can make a really high quality looter shooter that will make us tons of money, it's Rocksteady. Let's just have them do it. Cancel that Superman game they were all excited about. Have them do this. Force them to do this. A lot of the people that I talked to like a year or two ago who were working on Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League have left. They no longer work with Rocksteady, and they're working with other studios. A lot of them moved to like Naughty Dog. A handful of them went to Santa Monica studio. Like a lot of these guys have just left. And now we kind of see why, because I think that they were aware of this too. I think they started to sniff out the problem. They bugged out real quick. Why does Sharkman need a gun? I mean, he's a shark man. Good point, Jacob. I would agree. It's a little weird.
1,000 dislikes. Scrolling through the comments here, you can see that people are expressing a similar level of disappointment based on what they...
Again, they're just copy and pasting comments. It's funny. Like, it's a good point. But it does start to feel like, you know, this manufactured outrage when you start to copy and paste your comment 15 places, you know, but, whatever. Yeah, rip Rocksteady, always remain in our hearts.
Based on the showcase and based on the fact that it was confirmed in the showcase that this game would be heavily leaning into live service models. Reception doesn't fare better in other outlets' uploads. Like IGN here uploaded the extended gameplay of Suicide Squad. You can see right here, 5.9 thousand likes versus 7.4 thousand dislikes. Here's another IGN upload, the game overview trailer with the dev commentary, 6.2 thousand likes versus 10,000 dislikes.
You'll also notice in my main channel videos, I haven't pulled this type of thing up because what I've noticed is whenever videos like this go up that point out the dislikes and have a generally very negative message, intentionally or not, they tend to just lead to mass flagging and downvoting because everybody's like, yeah, I'm going to go over there and speak my voice and I'm going to dislike it, which everybody's has the right to do, but it tends to exaggerate it. And so these numbers mean less and less because it's just people hopping on the bandwagon. But it still is very interesting to look at it before that happens.
This is GameSpot's upload of the co-op gameplay trailer, 3.3 thousand likes versus 6.7 thousand dislikes, so on and so forth. You get the idea. And the main culprit behind the negative reception is this portion of the showcase where the developers kind of talk about the live service elements and show UI that very much resemble what you'd see in a live service. So let me show this to you guys, and yeah, it's not something that I'm particularly enthused about. So here we go.
Each character has a power level in the game that we call gear score. As you acquire new gear in the game, your gear score goes up. And as that number goes up, it means that you can take on much harder missions. As part of this progression,
gear with different rarities,
more and more builds, more and more ways to customize your character to really fit the way you want to play.
Every firearm in our game
just a bunch of stuff to be looting,
so in Suicide Squad,
and then shooting.
You're gonna get a lot of choice to use the weapons that you need and to complete your missions, but most importantly, you will be able to customize your squad.
A lot of cosmetics that no doubt will lock behind microtransactions, battle pass.
The outfit you can be running around in your asylum jail outfit.
Not stuff you can unlock purely through gameplay.
I like it. Our game is a 1 to 4 player co-op experience, which means that all the missions in the game have been designed to support solo play, playing with a friend.
Wait, I need to hear what Young said again.
You can be running around in your asylum jail outfit.
Not stuff you can unlock purely through gameplay.
I guess this is unknown. But my understanding when we read the FAQ for the video I did on it, in the FAQ they said all of the cosmetics. Let's just pull it up. I mean, what are we doing? Suicide Squad. Let's see. Okay. Oh, is the battle pass. Okay, this is what I was thinking of. Okay, so the game will have cosmetic items available for optional in-game purchase that can be used to customize playable characters. Each cosmetics only battle pass will also have premium tiers that will be available via an optional in-game purchase. All in-game purchases will be completely optional and will not affect gameplay in any way. Okay, so they're pledging that it is purely a cosmetic thing. There won't be any like guns available for purchase. Okay, so that's better. And then they say also there will be premium tiers. So to be clear, like if the battle pass is like 105 levels, or let's just 100 levels, you can get through 95 levels through pure gameplay and just gameplay only, all the way up to level 96, 7, 8, 9, then 100. But those last 5 levels you can only get if you bought the battle pass, and that unlocks those levels to then be earned through gameplay as well. Very similar to how like Warzone does it. Apex, I think, does the same thing. So it's a very standard thing in live service games. So it's technically earned through gameplay, but it's a separate thing. As for the other items being available or not available through gameplay, I'm sure that there will be some outfits and things that you can only get by buying them that you can't earn. I don't know if you'll be able to earn like an in-game currency. Like in Apex, by playing, you can unlock currency that then you can use on any skin that you want. There might be something like that, so you could technically get these things through gameplay, like in a roundabout way. I would imagine they probably do something like that. Like, oh, you did this and you got XP. You earn 5 Gibble coins, and you need 100 to equal $1. And they do stuff like that. That wouldn't surprise me, but the sentiment is certainly there. Like, yeah, you can get it through gameplay, but it's so freaking inconvenient that you might as well not be able to do it at all. Like, it exists, the system for doing it exists like that, only so that they can claim that you can get everything through gameplay, but let's be real. It's kind of a joke. It's basically like Fortnite, you buy a battle pass, you earn things through gameplay, but you can also unlock them without the grind. Well, my understanding is that how most my experience is mostly with things like Warzone and Apex. So you buy the battle pass and it'll skip say 20 or 30 levels of the battle pass, so you get expedited stuff there. With like Warzone, they've done XP boosters so you can level up through the battle pass faster, but you still have to play the game to max out the battle pass even after you buy it. It's not like you get all 100 levels of the battle pass by buying the battle pass. You still have to play the game. And then there's, as they just said on the FAQ, there are specific levels of the battle pass you only get if you buy the battle pass. So you only get those levels if you bought it. If you are playing for free. You can level up through the battle pass without paying for it outright, but it caps out at a certain level. You probably don't get any extra XP boosts. You don't get to skip any levels or anything like that. So that's, I like it. To be
Our
clear.
game is a 1 to 4 player co-op experience, which means that all the missions in the game have been designed to support solo play, playing with a friend, 2 friends, or 3 friends. For the single player fans, you can play
So Marvel's Avengers-esque, but hopefully with better design levels and missions and activities.
Or we can say, well, I think Harley
the
will be
gameplay.
this mission, so I'm going to switch over and I'm going to try her out. But if you really want to tear it up, going in with a full group
The
of
ding, ding,
4
ding, right there.
experience the full mayhem.
That just felt like such a looter
You get to
shooter
really
thing.
experience the dynamics between how you can all play
Collecting
together in different play styles
all the stuff that enemies drop.
take on Brainiac and the Justice League.
All the fun is right here.
There's a smoothness to the gameplay that seems cool, but
doesn't end there. Rocksteady will continue its legacy of supporting the game after it's launched.
We're going to deliver lots of new content to our players. We're going to have new playable characters, new weapons, and new missions. For players who like to customize their looks, we'll offer a battle pass that only contains cosmetic
there it is.
items. There's just going to be so much for the players to enjoy.
Just picture it.
They're literally just describing a live service without saying the word live service, because they know this.
He has his audio loop. He has audio looped. So it's playing his audio twice, so it sounds like weirdly echoey.
Stigma that
RPG elements,
carries.
if you like co-op games, if you like customizing your characters, if you want to
Stigma
play
that's
as a
reasonable
badass,
given
this game kind of has it all.
It's very fast-paced, it's really
What live
colorful,
services
it's loud,
have
and
become and-
unapologetic, and in your face, and it's going to be really, really fun.
The negative aspects to live services that have seeped into gaming. So yeah, that's the segment that made people go, ugh. On top of the fact that the gameplay just looks more generic looter shooter than the Arkham series, which had such a unique identity in both visuals and gameplay because it was specifically built to be a single-player, isolated Batman experience. This is all just literally giving off the same vibes that Marvel's Avengers did. It does look better than Marvel's Avengers again, but it's never a good thing to get any sort of vibe that's related to Marvel's Avengers. This is just not the direction I was expecting this game to go. This is just not what a lot of people wanted out of a Rocksteady game. And the best we can hope for is that when we do get our hands on it, it pleasantly surprises us. In the meantime, though, we have to just contend with the fact that this is a live service, and this is a game that, despite allowing you to play solo with bots, will require an internet connection, even if you're playing single player. This is something that was relayed by Rocksteady itself in their FAQ page. Here's a screenshot from Mario 64. Zooming into the image, you can see that there's a segment that reads, "Is an internet connection required to play Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League?" The response reads, "Yes, an internet connection is required to play Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, solo or via online co-op." And if you're getting a sense of deja vu out of that, it's because I recently covered Redfall and how that game also has the exact same restriction that was also disclosed on the game's official page's FAQ. It's also worth noting that last month, on January 2023, there was a Suicide Squad leak that was first posted to 4chan before it spread to other social media platforms and forums and news outlets, revealing Warzone-like UI, Battle Pass menu, and more. I'm not going to show that screenshot here because...
Yeah, I wanted to show it in my video too, but I couldn't because they were copyright striking it. Even I made like 2 TikToks where I just talked about it, and Warner Brothers took them down. The TikTok got struck because I talked about the UI leak. It's ridiculous. But if you haven't seen it, basically it's what they have is, I mean, you can Google it and I'm sure you can find it, but what they have is like you select your mission, you select the difficulty, which will change the payout, you create your party if you want to do that, and then you load into the mission. It's why when people were saying that it's been described as an open world game, I was like, what? Because the UI makes it look like a sort of hubless version of Avengers, like where you load into the missions directly, kind of like in a Vermintide style game, but no hub, where you just select the mission and you pop in, you go there, you run through it, you get your XP, and then you move on. Not my cup of tea, if I'm being real. I've seen it described through Warner Brothers as an open world game, but it's really, really weird. They and this is sort of a slight conspiracy on my part, or conspiracy theory on my part. If we go to like this, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is a genre-defying, whatever that means, third-person action adventure shooter video game allowing players to take on the role of Suicide Squad members. And then, you know, none of these things are specifically about it being open world or anything. But they describe the game like this. If you look up then Kill the Justice League, I think it's on like see, they don't describe it as an open world game there, but I think it was maybe like here on the Steam page, genre-defying action adventure third-person shooter. Oh, this is weird. So like in that right there in the description, it lists set an expansive open world city of Metropolis. Okay. When we go here, we have to go down into the about. Where is it? I'm looking at it. Yeah. set in an expansive open world city of Metropolis. And so they describe it as open world there. But in other places, they very carefully avoid the term open world. It's really, really weird. It makes me wonder if maybe the marketing guys are getting wires crossed and it's not open world, but they're describing it that way in some places and then not others. It's really strange. So I don't actually know what to make of it. I don't know if it's going to be open world. I really don't know. If it is open world, I think it'll be kind of I don't expect it to be anything like what we've come to know and love from them before, which is too bad.
As Warner Brothers is going on a copyright takedown spree. But there's a screenshot that was verified by Video Games Chronicle here. They said that the screenshot has been verified by a VGC source, is understood to originate from a recent test build, and shows various menus planned for the Rocksteady co-op game. Now, of course, Rocksteady didn't give us an in-depth dive into the live service components, into the Battle Pass menu, the UI, and all these things, because they know that that's the stuff people are least enthusiastic about. But based on that leaked screenshot, Insider Gaming bullet listed some assumptions that they made based on what they saw in that screenshot, some features that seem likely based on the contents of that leak. They said here in this article from last month that it seems likely that the game will boast single-player and multiplayer gameplay, which we now know to be true, and will also feature a Battle Pass optional upgrade, through which no doubt many of the most highly coveted cosmetics and whatnot will be locked behind. And I wouldn't put it past them if they put in some gameplay affecting rewards as well, like, I don't know, XP boosters and the usual stuff. Now, here's where things get really grim. There are no fewer than 6 in-game currencies. That usually is an indicator for a very grindy experience. Could point towards a rather grindy requirement. I'm extremely worried about that aspect. I hate grinding on the level that live services demand. I just want a well-paced experience that has a beginning, middle, and end that I can feel satisfied with, that doesn't drag an experience out to the point of just tedium. Though, of course, insufferable grind is an intentional aspect of the experience, because that's what's going to make people throw their hands up and go, screw it, I'll just spend money on this instead of treating this as my full-time job. Game companies like to call these microtransactions time savers, but really they are frustration mitigators. And the confusion generated by all of the different currencies will further incentivize people to just spend real money on things and get them quickly, and will also add a degree of separation between the in-game premium currencies and the real dollar value and worth. As far as UI goes, it was stated here that options closely resemble the likes of Warzone and Back 4 Blood. We got a glimpse of the UI in the gameplay showcase, and yeah, it looks like every other looter shooter, every other live service, the gear equipping, all the different rarities, all the different currencies, just everything that was on display. I'm like, oh man, that gives me a bad feeling. I've seen that UI design and framework before. The leak showed that there's going to be an in-game store, suggesting that skins and other cosmetics will be things that you can buy for real-world money. The leak back then indicated that you'd be able to play solo with bots, which we now know to be true. And then finally, the leak showed a loadout menu that further opens the door to microtransactions-like potential. So yeah, look, I cannot deny that my hype for Suicide Squad and for the prospect of just a new Rocksteady game has diminished significantly. I'm approaching this game with a heavy dose of cautious, I don't even want to say optimism. Honestly, I feel like I'm a little more pessimistic at this point. I've been so burned by these types of games, and Marvel's Avengers especially was such a travesty, and this resembles Marvel's Avengers so much in terms of its live service model that I cannot help but be pessimistic. I hope they prove me wrong, but
I get it. I get it. Can't blame them. Can't blame them. And honestly, Warner Brothers can't blame anybody either. Anybody, like, they have no excuse for putting this out and then expecting people to be hyped on it. Like, there's just no way that they thought this was going, if they know what they're doing, if they've been involved in the gaming industry at all, there's no way they could have possibly thought that this was going to be received well. But then again, I mean, maybe they're just so out of touch that they honestly did think that this would be real well received. I don't know. 6 currencies. Yeah. So like my understanding from this, again, I wish I could just freaking show it, cause I think it would work great. But, as for, I can't really do it. The screenshot that leaked of the UI, it shows 6 little items. Did I save a picture of it? Maybe I'll just look it up. I'm not going to show it. Kill the Justice leak menu, because I want to describe it to you, and then if you want, you can look it up as well. Let's see, that's like a cached version. Yeah, that's maybe this. Okay, this is better. I can work with this. Okay, so I just pulled it up. I'm not going to show it. I guess you can see it in the reflection of the glass, sort of. Just a little bit. But what we see in this, and again, you can just look up Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League leaked menu or menu leak, whatever, if you want to see it. But what we see in it, it's Boomer, Captain Boomerang in the front left, then Harley behind him, King Shark, and Deadshot, all controlled by bots. They have different levels describing them. in the middle on the top, there is a gold, what looks like a coin. So it's sort of like the in-game currency is what I'm assuming it is. And then next to that is a green, like hexagon with 6 next to it. And then there's some blue thing with 0, purple with 1, a yellowish star looking thing with 0, and then a blue triangle at 0 as well. What they're describing is 6 in-game currencies in that Insider Gaming article. My interpretation, they have a bar next to the gold coin. My interpretation of this menu is that the gold is the in-game currency. The others are crafting materials that are used for like upgrading your weapons or changing something about them, boosting them in some way, something like that. So could you call them currencies? I mean, I guess if you're calling crafting materials currencies, you could. I don't think call that a currency, but maybe if we're stretching the definition. I just wouldn't consider these currencies. And like, this is one of the things I described about Insider Gaming, where like they do a good job of reporting, but sometimes what they take from what we see in the leak or what's described in the leak, and then what we actually see in the article written out that people end up quoting, sometimes that doesn't necessarily follow. It could be the case, but that's not just the straight reporting of the item or the information. Because what they should say is they should say there are 6 things listed on the top, could be currencies. What it seems to be, though, it could also be 1 currency and then 5 crafting materials. That, I think, is the more responsible way of doing it, because now you're seeing like people like Yong reporting that there's 6 in-game currencies, when most people imagine like, okay, so there's Apex coins, and then there's Apex gold bars, and then Apex platinum bars, and like they imagine this crazy thing, when in reality it's like, no, there's 1, and then there's crafting materials. If you're going to say crafting materials are an in-game currency, you could probably argue that. I just would say that most people probably don't think the same way, if I'm being real. I think most people probably think currency for buying stuff, not crafting materials when you say in-game currency. So just to be completely fair, I don't think it's fair to say that this has 6 in-game currencies. I think that that's a little sensationalized, if I'm being real. As for the other stuff on the screen, I mean, like I said, on the top left, we have a rectangle that says hold the start button for the message of the day, which just is probably like a lot of multiplayer games where they have a latest update, patch notes, that kind of thing, where they say like what the event is that's going on right now. Beneath that, they have what looks like the mission selection screen, where you can choose, it says story at the top, and then beneath that it says private squad, and then best pay attention. Best pay attention has a skull next to it. I'm assuming that's the difficulty option, so they selected a harder difficulty. And then in order to play, you can go down to the bottom left of the screen, and there's a button that says play, so you can select that there. Underneath the mission selection, though, where it says chapter 3 worst laid plans, kill the Flash as the prompt for the mission, underneath that they have game mode, chapter select, difficulty, and matchmaking as their own buttons. So game mode, I would imagine that there's also going to be like a wave mode or a PvP mode, maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past them. And there may be all different modes for you to level up your characters and grind out weapons and things. I would totally buy that. Chapter select. This tells me you can select multiple chapters. Otherwise, why the hell would you need to select chapters? So I would guess you can probably go back and play through previous story chapters in order to grind out or play through them on harder difficulties to get more crafting materials and XP and stuff. Again, live service, looter shooter, very, very standard for that genre. And then matchmaking, where you can match with people if you don't have friends to play with and if you don't want to play with bots. So across the board, everything in this UI and everything that they've described just screams standard, kind of played out looter shooter, which is why people are generally fairly unenthused about it. And I can't blame them. I mean, it's something we've seen countless times, and every single time that they do this, it ends up releasing like a pile of crap. I don't know. I'm not into it. Let's see. Or chapters can be done non-linearly. My assumption would be that you would have to go through it linear once, but I think like you could do like chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, and then go back, do chapter 1, 2, and 3 again on the harder difficulties to get higher level loot. And like to be real, like I have friends that will love this. I'm gonna be real with you. I have friends. I have one friend in particular loves this kind of thing. Loves these kinds of games. So he'll play it. He'll probably have a great time. Probably won't buy anything. He's not the type to buy anything in these types of games. But I would guess he probably goes through. We'll buy it. We'll have a great time. And that's who it's designed for. It's not designed for people like you and me who have, you know, other expectations when it comes to Rocksteady and these AAA games. And that's really too bad. I mean, because this is a company that, or a studio that previously was extremely successful at single player game development. And now it's just not about it. Drinner, I'll let it read it.
Drinner D donated $6 through Super Chat. Everything you are describing. I hate it. Expressionless confounded face pouting look of triumph.
Pouting look of triumph? What is look of triumph? I've never heard it described as look of triumph. That's awesome. And I agree. I mean, the more you hear about it and the more you kind of play it through and start describing it in detail, the less and less you're into it. The more you're like, oh, well, this sucks. It just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And it's too bad because, again, this is a studio that previously was known for doing literally the opposite, for being great at doing the opposite. And it's kind of heartbreaking. Raymbo, I started back on Days Gone after that video I made last month, and boy, am I glad I did. This game is awesome. I'm glad, my friend. I'm telling you, I'm always right about everything. Okay? Every time. 60% of the time, I'm right. Every time. Every single time. But I mean, you guys, for those of you who have been hanging out with me on stream and in videos for the last year, you'll know I've been saying since day one, something about Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League didn't sit right with me. The whole thing is just off. Something about it wasn't sitting right. And now everybody's like, oh yeah, the game looks like trash. I'm like, dude, I've been saying this for a year since we first saw it. And you guys called me a Debbie Downer. You guys called me a cynic. I'm just like, guys, Luke's always right some of the time. Some of the time I'm right all the time. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. But yes, thank you again for the 6, Drenner. I appreciate it. And Natty, boom. See, I just have to say it, and then it'll play.
Natty Fit donated $4.99 through Super Chat. If you're planning on touching on Sons of the Forest since it was just released?
Like I said, I have it. I haven't really had the chance to delve into it because I've been busy trying to get this Hogwarts Legacy video done. But I have it. I saw it just released. I haven't really played it. I'm being real. So I don't really have any thoughts yet, but it's on my to-do list. I don't know if it'll get a main channel video or anything. Probably not, if I'm being real, but you never know. If it ends up being awesome and I love it dearly, then I'll make a video on it. But if it's just kind of like, I probably won't. But I hope I love it. I want to love it. It's one of those things. You just like disliking games. No, I love loving games. I want more games that I love. But I'm not going to lie to you and be like, oh yes, this game is awesome. One of the things you'll notice I don't do, I don't go to Reddit and I don't go on to YouTube videos and then check the
last
like.
few years have not.
Hold on, quiet down. I don't go onto YouTube videos and then check the like to dislike ratio on things before making my videos because I don't want to just echo whatever this is. Because then what's the point of this content? If all I'm doing is telling you what everybody else already thinks, why am I here? I'm just an echo box. Like, who gives a crap? Even if that makes a lot of money, even if that gets a lot of views, I wouldn't be able to like confidently sit here and and plus you guys can smell BS a mile away. The moment something's disingenuous, the audience can tell immediately. So, like, yeah, I mean, I think the fact that people independently are seeing just how off these the game looks, and then you check the like to dislike ratio and you see this, it's like, oh yeah, well, that kind of tells you everything you need to know. That'll give you what you need to know. Where's that 007 game? Ah, they're taking their sweet time. Taking their sweet time. Really looking forward to the Hogwarts Legacy video. Yeah, Lizzie, me too. I'm ready to wrap this thing up. After we hop off stream here in a little bit, I'm going to be recording that special quest for Hufflepuff. And I think that's one of the last pieces of footage I need. I'm pretty sure. And then it's just a matter of refining the script, and then we'll probably record it maybe tomorrow. If I can get my act together, we might record it tomorrow and then try to get a version out of it for members. Because just remember, everybody, if you're a member of this channel or the main channel, you'll get early access to that critique. It'll go up early for you guys, so you guys can check it out. It's going to be pretty good. I'm excited. Let's see. Me and my friends were all disappointed on the Justice League footage. It looked like Gotham Knights, but with more colors. Well, Ron, exactly how it was accurately described to me very early on when we were streaming. Somebody tossed in chat, they're like, "This just looks like a bigger budget version of Gotham Knights." And I was like, yeah. No, this, or some people said this is what Gotham Knights wanted to be, and I get that vibe too. But I don't even know if it'll be what Gotham Knights wanted to be, because this is going to be like a much more monetized, toxic version. I think Gotham Knights wanted to be this. It wanted to be the live service, always online, 4-player co-op thing, and they couldn't get all that working for technical reasons. And then I think they pulled out when they saw Marvel's Avengers performance, and they chickened out and pulled all the live service elements out of it, which is why there's so many crafting components and stuff in it. It's just really weird and doesn't fit right. So I think they probably backed out of there. Will the critique feature spoilers? Oh yeah, James. The video is going to be like multiple hours long, and there's no way I can do a video that's comprehensive talking about the game without touching on spoilers. Like, I'm going to be talking about the killing curse and the unforgivable curses and stuff. And one of the ways I can talk about it, like, you only get that stuff very, very late in the game, like right before the last mission. So the only way I can describe it is by showing footage and quests and things from the end of the game. So there will absolutely be spoilers. Yeah. That's literally probably how execs are even describing it. Yeah, they're like, this time we figured it out. It's Gotham Knights, both shadows. Yeah, with actual shadows. Yeah. Matchmaking that might work. Emphasis on might. Who knows? Who knows? I kind of want to see this. This popped up in my recommended feed. I've never seen this, but it seemed like an interesting topic. And I kind of want to see, because either this is just going to be like, I'd say the general vibe is that Bethesda Game Studios is really great. It's a 10 out of 10 studio. They make great games with Fallout 4 and Skyrim and Fallout 3, all amazing games. And then Fallout 76 was a total shock. I don't take that stance. I think Fallout 4 was pretty rah. I think Skyrim was great, especially for its time. Now when you play it, sure, it feels outdated, but what game doesn't, like 12 years after it came out? So I would say that my perception going into this video is that Bethesda was a good developer. I wouldn't say they were ever phenomenal or like, on the level of a rock star, but they were good. They were good. And I wouldn't say that they've ever been phenomenal. So I might not even disagree with him at the outset. If the premise and the thesis of this video, and it's funny because I had a video I was working on. I think I still have the script somewhere. I was working on a video that was very similar titled to this, where it was like Bethesda is overrated or something. I was going to make a video similar to this, and I just never got around to it. So I'm interested in seeing what this looks like.
The last few years have not been kind to Bethesda. It wasn't that long ago that they were being praised as one of the best developers in the industry, and Todd hailed the mighty God Howard. Fast forward a few years, and here we are. Players deceived, refunds denied, helmets moulding. First it was the paid mods, then the ungodly launch of Fallout 76, and then everything else. Fans could not believe what they were seeing. Bethesda had fallen. This downward spiral was free entertainment for some, a heartbreaking loss of $60 for others. Not only a loss of $60, and possibly $300 in some years of your life if you happen to purchase one of the mouldy red power armor helmets, but also the loss of one of the last decent game developers. It was a sad day. But wait, were Bethesda ever the saints they're often remembered as? There's no doubt that they made some good games over the years, but the old Bethesda also had a big part in creating them.
The question is whether good or great. Like, I would say, like, I wasn't really playing games a lot when I was 11. Gonna be real. I was going to chess tournaments. I was a cool kid. Me and Todd, like that, a chess club. But I wasn't playing a lot of games in 2008, so I didn't play Fallout 3. My parents would never have let me play Fallout 3, even if I was playing games at the time. But I wasn't really playing games, so I won't pretend to know what the game was like at that time. For those of you who have been gaming a little longer or more consistently in chat, let me know what you thought of like Fallout 3 when it launched. Because I'd be interested in hearing that. Because the general perception is that they were really good open world games. The trailer or the reviews that I've gone back and watched after the fact made in 2008 for Fallout 3, the reviews are all pretty unanimous in that the game was graphically not that impressive. It was fun and visceral and crazy, but it's always been like 5 great things, then 2 bad things. Like they've never had just phenomenal games blown away in every way, like a lot of people felt with like with Rockstar games with like Red Dead Redemption 1. Red Dead 1, like even now you play through that game, it's hard to come up with notes. It's hard to come up with stuff you would change. It's just like such a robustly built game. It's like hard to pick apart. It really is. Whereas I think even in 2008, you could probably poke holes in something like Fallout 3. Fallout 3 is amazing. First time playing it, playing a Fallout and DLC was good. One of the best RPGs. IMO. Fallout series is pretty mid. Fallout 3 was epic. Had such a great quest. Well, and it had Liam Neeson too. Gotta remember that. So well constructed, bugs and all, of course, but was just amazing. Hearing the music of Fallout 3. Yeah, the bugs are one thing to remember as well. Loved it, and Vegas played it on a MacBook Pro. Dude, back in the day, gaming on a MacBook Pro, I know exactly what that's like. Because I had a MacBook Pro right out of high school, and that's what I gamed on. Most of my first YouTube videos ever, I threw together on that MacBook Pro. Let's see. I absolutely love Fallout 4, but looking back on it now, I see a ton of flaws. There just wasn't really anything else like it. Well, and when it hits, it hits. When it hits the spot, it does. It had Liberty Prime. Enough said. Yeah, that's fair. At the time, I didn't realize, or it didn't really have visions or expectations for games. Now I'm a lot more critical of games. Those times I was just happy to play a game. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's that we've all just grown up and now we've tasted the forbidden fruit that are, you know, all the different titles that have come out since then. But I don't know. Again, my perception as a non-Bethesda fanboy, even though I was a fanboy at one time, but currently I'm not a Bethesda fanboy and I'm trying to reevaluate it level-headedly. And my perception is that Bethesda was good. They put out, I think Skyrim was their magnum opus, because that was one of those games kind of like Hogwarts Legacy or like Red Dead 2. It's one of those games that spread across everybody. Like even non-gamers were playing that game and talking about it. It was everywhere. One of the best ways to tell is when like South Park brings it up in episodes. That's probably how you know you've made it, right? Because it's like, okay, we're in the pop culture. There we go.
Modern microtransaction market. Dabble that with some harsh treatment of a licensed company, indirectly causing 30-odd layoffs as a result, and a few petty lawsuits over brand protection, and you've got some pretty dodgy moves from Todd and the boys. But before we get into those, something I'm sure you're all familiar with. It's no secret that game director Todd Howard has invested pretty heavily into his speech.
It allows us to have 16 times the detail.
The man's lies are infamous.
It's a good bit.
The most famous example of Todd's sly tongue was probably at E3 last year, when he made some very interesting promises for the latest Fallout.
As a matter of fact, you'll never even see a server when you play.
But these false promises were never exclusive to Fallout 76. If you look hard enough, you can trace Todd's web of lies all the way back to Oblivion, when in 2005, he told everyone that Oblivion's NPC AI was radiant and unscripted.
Let's take a look at the other side of the game, our new rating AI system. These NPCs are not scripted.
May you rest in peace.
People were excited for the...
That's pretty funny. My perception of Todd, and this is tough, because, like, real talk, okay? Real talk. This is kind of awkward. I know for a fact that a lot of industry guys have seen my videos. Maybe they don't watch every single one. Not maybe. They don't watch every single one. But if I talk about somebody, the odds are starting to get decent that they'll see it. I made that 15-second video, or no, it wasn't 15 seconds. The video on the 15-second rule of the open world design of Hogwarts Legacy. I had the head of the open world design team within Avalanche Games reach out to me, and very nicely was just like, saw the video. This was on the day the video went up, by the way, before it had started really popping off. And they're like, yeah, a couple of members of the team, I think they said a few members of the team sent me this, and I saw it. So I'm like, a few of the members of the company watch this. There are a few of the like 60, 70,000 people that had seen the video by then. I'm like, that's a little stressful. Okay, geez. And then they're like, yeah, so they sent it to me, the head of the team. I was like, oh God, keep reading the email. And he's like, I can't go into details, of course, on what our process is or what our rules are for building these things out. But they said, to be specific, was you're very close. So the 15-second rule apparently is very close to how they went about populating the world, which is just cool. I mean, it's cool to hear from that. But the point is, when you make videos like this, a lot of the time, these executives and industry people will end up seeing it. Because if they have a friend who watches your stuff and they're like, oh my God, my buddy works there and he's talking about his game, I'll send it to him. They send it to him and then they send it to their friends in the office and share it around. It happens very, very quickly. It's how I've talked to a lot of members within Ubisoft, because I cover Assassin's Creed stuff all the time. It's, you know, pretty common. I've talked, like I said, with Rocksteady people, with... have I ever talked with Rockstar people? I don't think so. But like Santa Monica studio guys, somebody that worked tangentially with Bethesda, so stuff like that. And Todd Howard has said before that he goes on Reddit, he browses the subreddit for their games and sees what sentiments are. He'll never comment, but he always reads it. He'll check out what YouTube videos and streamers are saying about their games. And so I know these people keep tabs on it. And so I always feel weird, like psychoanalyzing somebody who might be watching the video. It's just weird. It's like if I were watching a video of somebody being like, and Luke, you see here, he's a malignant narcissist because he eats his salad with a spoon. And that clearly shows signs of mental distress. I don't, by the way, I use a fork. Some salads are better with a spoon, though. I will stand by that. But, like, it would be weird. So me bringing this up with Todd is not me trying to be like toxic or like mean or anything, but like I'm going to try to couch this, okay, in a nice way. My perception of Todd is that he's a passionate gamer and a great salesman. And sometimes he doesn't know when to stop. Because he will describe things in their games and he gets excited about it because he loves games. He loves this industry. He loves the art form. He just loves it. And he'll start to describe it and he gets excited about it. And he just doesn't know when to just shut up because he's starting to creep into that realm where he's building false expectations. Like when he said 16 times the detail, My understanding is that like the way they calculated that was when he's talking about like the weather system. Our weather system dynamic lighting can have 16 times the detail. The way he was describing that is because like the multiplier for the anti-aliasing whatever was previously defaulted to 4. Now they can default it to 16 or whatever it was, or 32 or whatever you'd break it down by. I guess it'd be 64 if it was 4. I don't know. But he broke it down, and he's like has a reason for saying what he's saying, but that builds a false perception among the audience, and then people have unfair or unrealistic expectations, and then people get disappointed. It's why I've tried so hard to have this like skeptical outlook on things recently on the channel, because I think it's really what the industry needs. People just hear something like that sounds fun, they get excited, and then the game comes out and they end up kind of disappointed because they just took it as fact. And they didn't think about it a little bit more critically beyond that. They just took for granted what this person said in a video. And so I think that this is, I don't think that Todd is, I don't know, a lot of the stuff I've seen, I don't think Todd is lying. I think Todd is getting overexcited and probably, I would say, largely sloppily describing things, and perhaps using wishy-washy ways of describing what you can do in the game to build hype, and that in turn builds false expectations, and then people get disappointed, so then they say he's lying. If that makes sense. You know, hopefully. There's been a couple of things I've seen with like the Radiant AI thing, like he's raising this point, where I guess you could say maybe this was lying. But even this is like he's describing the Radiant AI, the system that allows them to have AI where an NPC does this and then moves over here and does that, and then they react to the actions of another NPC, so it's Radiant. That's true, that is in the game. But the way he describes it is like, and then these people will interact and they live their lives in this world. He just I mean, yeah, I guess they do, but he should know that saying these NPCs live in this world builds, with this new AI system, it builds expectations that this is going to be very realistic AI. And then when it's not, people are disappointed and call him a liar. When he didn't really lie, he just said things in a colorful way that got people overexcited. If that, hopefully that is kind of making sense. But let me be clear. This all falls apart the moment you get to Fallout 76. Because Fallout 76, there's no way that you can break that down where he doesn't come out like a sleazy used car salesman who's trying to sell you a junker he knows is going to break down the moment you leave the lot. Like, that's exactly, I think that's exactly what what it was. It was pretty bad.
That they could jump into the game and witness this space age AI for themselves. But unfortunately, the NPCs were not quite as intelligent as Todd had suggested. The fact that they all look like melted cheese strings also didn't help much. 1 year after Oblivion released, Bethesda purchased the rights to the Fallout IP, and Todd announced that Fallout 3 would have 200 different endings.
As of last week, we're over 200 endings.
This, again, I think what he was describing was the different states you can have, where like, okay, did you blow up Megaton? That can be a different ending, because you have this ending with Megaton blowed up and not. And then the next ending, is it blowed up? Is it not? So just that doubles the possible endings, having that choice, right? If you count that, which I think he was. So he was counting like unique states for the end of the game. There are 200. He knows that people are going to infer from that that's like 200 endings based off of the main story, not 200 individual like save states. Like, he should know that. But again, he's a salesman and he's getting excited about it. So he kind of bends it, talks a little sloppy to get you hyped, because then this game sells well and people get more excited about it. So like he knows what he's doing, He's intentionally sloppy with his words to get people hyped. And it's something a lot of salesmen and women do, to be clear. This is not unique to Todd at all.
That is not an exaggeration.
In reality, there'd be 3. A few different ways to go about getting them, and then lots of slight variation with the ending slideshow, depending on your karma and side quest choices during the game. After having just perfected AI, Todd now looked to improve quests. They would also become radiant, meaning that they could be redeemed infinitely, until the end of time. Once again, this was technically correct, but these quests ended up being what was essentially the exact same quests, but in different areas of the map. He also mentioned a local economy system that could be affected by the player damaging a town's production lines. If you actually Google this, multiple forum posts can be found, written by a handful of people spending their first hours of Skyrim burning down a sawmill in an attempt to cripple the local economy. It never worked. Also, this never happened. Then, during E3 2015, Todd made the bold claim that Fallout 4 just worked.
All of this just works. It works, it actually works perfectly.
And he would of course go on to continue the trend at E3 last year for Fallout 76.
16 times the detail. All new rendering, lighting, and landscape technology. Of course you can play this solo. You'll be who you want. You'll never even see a server when you play.
Disconnected from server.
Some argue that Todd's long list of lies over the years were features that were going to be in the game, but couldn't be finished in time for launch. But whichever way you look at it, for the last 14 years, Todd has had a very special way with words. Who knows what Todd has planned for their next release? Back again to 2000.
Yeah, people forget about the horse armor thing. This thing like started microtransactions and DLC cosmetics. It started with Bethesda. It wasn't EA, it wasn't Blizzard, it wasn't any of these guys. It's BGS, boys.
6, and Bethesda had just released Oblivion. It was their best-selling game at the time, selling almost 2 million copies in the first 20 days of release, and things were looking pretty good. It didn't just sell well either. Oblivion was pretty much praised by critics across the board, and believe it or not, even praised for its graphics at the time. A very foreign concept for any modern Bethesda title. Even though the NPCs weren't exactly what was promised, they still worked. Occasionally. But anyway, the game sold well and people liked it. But then, everything changed. Just a month after launch, they released something for $2.50. Something so small, something so trivial, that they wouldn't hear the end of it for years to come. A few pieces of armor for your in-game horse. The armor didn't even protect the horse, it just made it look a bit cooler. Making DLC like this at the time wasn't very common, especially for a game as big as Oblivion, and people were not happy. But Bethesda kept on releasing these pricey DLCs, although the rest were more reasonable. Other developers took note of what Todd and the team had pulled off here, and here we are today. Fallout 3 and the original Skyrim missed out on the Oblivion treatment, but these microtransactions would later return in the form of the Creation Club for Fallout 4 and Skyrim Remastered. One of the first items on sale was $3 horse armor. Also, a fun fact about the Creation Club, when new mods were added and updates, every mod was installed directly onto your hard drive, regardless of whether you actually purchased it or not. When you actually went to buy the mod, you were just paying for a tiny ESP file that unlocked the mod files. This bloated everyone's hard drive with multiple gigabyte mod updates every month, and with a little know-how, you could create these ESP files yourself. Some more ingenuity from the development team at Bethesda.
I mean, this doesn't surprise me. I think this is true of every game though, isn't it? This is not just Fallout 76. Because some mods, like some games, yeah, you have to download the DLC separately, but most like modern live service games have it already. Like Apex or Overwatch, whenever I've ever like redeemed a skin, I don't have to download it. It just is ready to go. Like, am I crazy? I think this is pretty standard. Maybe not.
One of the immediate thoughts anyone has after hearing the very word Bethesda is the onslaught of bugs thrown your way the moment the game boots. Just type in Bethesda bugs on YouTube and you'll find hundreds of compilations of these small technical hiccups. The most common bugs include dodgy AI, corrupted game saves, game crashes, texture errors, model errors, physics errors, clipping errors, flying enemies, sinking enemies, and muscle man. And that's not even really scratching the surface.
Sometimes it doesn't just work.
You don't say. They also forgot to cut out some voiceover mistakes in Oblivion.
I heard that thieves broke into the Arcane University, the Imperial Legion compound, and the temple all on the same night. Wait a minute, let me do that one again. I heard that thieves broke into the Arcane...
That and the...
I forgot about that one, dude. I forgot about that one. Yeah, for anybody who missed that or doesn't understand it, basically they accidentally left in, they didn't clip it right. So the voiceover line from the voice actress included her redo of the line, but they kept it in the game. So you're talking to this NPC, and then you just hear the voice actress go, oh, hold on, let me do that again. It's so great.
University, the Imperial Legion compound, and the temple all on the same night. Wait a minute, let me do that one again. I heard the thieves broke into the arcade...
That and the character swapping voice.
Can you just imagine if you were playing through the game and that happened? Oh, dude, I would lose my mind. Oh.
Voices halfway through their dialogue.
I could be banished for telling you.
Okay, I'll show you.
Oh, no.
The games are buggy, and Fallout 76 was of course no different. I've actually read multiple Reddit posts claiming that Bethesda's recent patches for the game are bringing in more bugs than the ones they're fixing. There's also an audio bug that has been fixed multiple times at this point, and some people are still saying it's in the game. Bugs are a consistent feature of Bethesda's games, and many people in turn blame the engine the games run on. As of 2019, Bethesda's games run on an engine that's core is now actually old enough to drink, as pointed out by a gent in one of my comment sections. I've looked into the whole game engine argument, and the common consensus is that the age of an engine isn't necessarily a problem, providing you've got a team of software engineers who can efficiently update and optimize it. I mean, Rockstar's game engine for GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 is a heavily upgraded version of an engine that was used for their 2006 ping pong game. The engine's still perfectly capable. That's right, this game right here is running on an engine from this game here. Well, how the f*** do you explain this shit, Todd? Judging by their last two games, Bethesda doesn't quite have the same level of proficiency in their software development team. The current
It's just a bunch of monkeys. Sometimes it feels like that. Sure does.
engine being used, the Creation engine, is a heavily upgraded version of the 1997 NetImmerse engine, which was the core engine used to make every game from Morrowind to Fallout 76. Others claim that Bethesda don't put enough work into bug testing, but regardless of how the bugs actually get in there...
Yeah, to be clear, I think my stance on this is that, for one, I think it's absolutely true. Like, you can have an engine that's 20 years old and it can still be usable, as long as it's upgraded. The question is whether, like, are you upgrading it? Which I'd say Bethesda is. Their games do continue to do bigger, badder stuff, cooler stuff. They added multiplayer for 76. They're adding this procedural generation tech for Starfield. They're doing all of that. The question is whether they can upgrade it and refine it and maintain it. And that's where the big question mark is, because it seems like they're always playing catch up, and they frankly don't prioritize bug fixing anywhere near enough, because I mean, Exhibit A, Exhibit B, C, D, like it's crazy. Every single launch of theirs is super buggy, even if they add new tech to it. My hope is that Starfield comes out moderately polished. I know that's not going to happen. I know it's a dream and I'm being irrational, but let me dream. Let me dream. Imagine a well-polished and refined Bethesda game. I said it when I went back and I tried Fallout 4 again after a few months, or after a few years, like last month or whenever I posted that video. And I was playing that at native 4K, and Fallout 4 ran great. Zero issues, amazing frame rates, no stutters, nothing. It was tight, zippy, it loaded quick. I had a great time going back to Fallout 4. Way better than it was when I first played it at launch. Granted, I'm playing on a supercomputer that costs like $5,000-$6,000, but it's also an 8-year-old game, so you would hope that it runs decently well. But I will say that they seem to have done a lot of work on that, refined it, polished it, patched it to the point where now it's pretty solid. My hope would just be that they can release something like Starfield in that condition on day one. It's probably not going to happen, but, you know, who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us.
The worst part about them is that they always end up staying, because Bethesda...
Oh my God, Louvre. VGS must have been so disappointed when Disney trademarked the Bugs Life IP. Oh, okay. You win, chat. You win, chat, for the day. You just did it. You won. Everybody else, let's pack up, go home. Louvre just won.
To rarely ever bother to patch them out. There are still hundreds of known bugs in Skyrim, and even the recent Skyrim remastered, and modders have been left to do Bethesda's dirty work. Bethesda know these bugs exist, but they still just sort of stand there like, oh, that sucks. Oh well. So basically, for the last 14 years, every single one of Bethesda's games has been a massive buggy mess, left to be fixed for free by avid fans who just wanted to go 5 minutes in their game without being launched into the stratosphere. Apparently that was too much to ask.
The streamlining.
Some see it as the games being made more accessible and efficient. Others call it dumbing down and streamlining. Whichever way you look at it, you can't really argue that Todd hasn't been flushing away features for the last 14 years. A good example of this is the development of Fallout's progression system. Fallout 3's progression had depth, and was pretty consistent to the original 2 Fallouts, including the special attributes, skills, and perks. Then for Bethesda's next Fallout, Todd went with the less is more approach and thought, let's integrate skills and perks.
Logan Levesque donated $5 through Super Chat. People forget that CDPR has never released a game that wasn't broken at launch. They even apologized for The Witcher 3's state of release.
True. The Witcher 3's biggest asset was the fact that almost nobody played it at launch. Most people got into The Witcher 3 after, well after the summer, and I think most people got into it after the disappointment that was Fallout 4. And I was one of those, where I played Fallout 4, and I was so heartbroken, because it was so buggy, so broken for me, that I couldn't even play this game I'd been hyping up and so pumped for so long. So I went and I tried The Witcher 3, because I saw that that was reviewed really well. People seemed to like it. My friends, you know, I'd seen it at a friend's house when they were playing it on their brand new Xbox One. Cutting edge. And so I decided to try it, and I fell in love. But that was after all of the patches and the improvements. You know, it took some time, but you know, eventually people tried it and loved it. So
into the special attribute
I
table.
agree. Thank you for the
Fallout
5.
76, Todd just said, you know what? Just give him a pack of cards. Okay. Compared to the older Fallouts, Fallout 4 also had much simpler dialogue. So much so that 2 of the most popular mods for Fallout 4 actually reverted the dialogue tree to the original format and removed the characters' voiceover lines. Also, the dialogue choices themselves pretty much equated to saying yes 3 times with different layers of paint, and then the option to ask a question, as opposed to the much more complex New Vegas style of dialogue. The repair feature was removed, there was no karma system, and side quests no longer added to the ending slideshow. There also wasn't much room to play as an evil character either, which was a staple in previous releases, and so on. People felt like there was a lot missing. Although we all paint him as the villain, Todd isn't really the one who pulls the strings. The real decisions are made by the people at ZeniMax Media, who are the parent company of Bethesda Softworks, who are the parent company of Bethesda Game Studios. Ever since ZeniMax was set up in 1999, it's been caught up in a number of lawsuits, many of them quite questionable. For starters, Bethesda Softworks started out in the 80s developing sports games, with a game called Gridiron in 1986 being the game the company was built on. One of the key players behind the early Bethesda games was a guy called Chris Weaver, and after the success of Bethesda's early games, Chris approached a lawyer named Robert A. Altman. Together they co-founded ZeniMax in 1999, with Weaver in charge of the games and Altman in charge of the business. 3 years later, executives gathered round the high table at ZeniMax and voted to flush Chris out of the business. A pretty cutthroat decision considering it was the man who partially built the company. And then there was Bethesda's contract with
it was pretty hardcore. And then it's also, I get that he's not going to cover it. Who's this by? This is by Big Boss. Big Boss. Go give him a sub. But this guy, I wonder if he's going to touch on it. I've discussed it previously. It's kind of tricky to talk about. But Robert Altman has also been caught up in, or was, he passed away recently, unfortunately. But he had been caught up and was charged with, like, fraud and stuff. He went to trial for it. He was found not guilty because they couldn't quite prove the case, but he's got some really shady connections to various businesses. Like, the whole thing is just crazy. One of the other co-members of the board of directors at ZeniMax is Donald Trump's brother, like Robert Trump, who passed away recently as well, I think. And then, you know, there's just a lot of interesting connections when you get to the top of the company. It's like, it starts to get kind of crazy.
Obsidian Entertainment for Fallout New Vegas. After the immediate success of Fallout 3, Bethesda wanted to capitalize on another Fallout release. They licensed...
I wonder if he's going to bring it up. If he's going to bring up the review score thing, I just want to preface this before he gets into it and say that this is BS. If this is what he's bringing up. Because I've talked about this before, and I think that this is a common talking point. Like, anti-BGS, talking about anti-ZeniMax and anti-Xbox talking point just across the board. And I find it a little ridiculous. If this is what he's bringing up, let's see.
Obsidian, a development team comprised of ex-Fallout 1 and 2 developers, to create a spin-off Fallout on Bethesda's flawless game engine. Obsidian were then given 18 short months to develop the game. They were paid up front by Bethesda for the development and signed a contract that meant they only receive royalties on the game if it reached a score of 85 on Metacritic. New Vegas fell short of the royalty.
My understanding is it's 80. It required a score of 80, not 85.
Requirement by 1 point, hitting 84, and thus no royalties were sent their way. That, coupled with Microsoft cancelling...
I think it was average across Xbox and PC, but I don't know. I haven't looked at this in years. But this was kind of where I was, where I've said that this is kind of a non-issue. They were told that they would make more money if they hit a certain Metacritic score. They didn't hit the Metacritic score, so they don't get the extra money. What's the drama? Like, yeah, I wish they'd got more money. I would love for that studio to be getting more money for that game I love. But like, what are you saying? Are you saying that they should get the money anyways because we just really liked the game even though it didn't review well? What? Like, what are you actually, what's the complaint? Are you saying that they shouldn't have agreed to that contract? They signed the contract.
Phil donated 14 Australian dollars and 99
Oh, thank you, Phil.
Through Super Chat. No clue what to say except hand stuff. Enjoy the $14 Tears of Joy, Tears of Joy.
That's awesome. I'll just give Nikki $14 and be like, it's from Phil. All he said was hand stuff, so. That's awesome. Thank you, my friend. Oh, man. But yeah, I mean, this whole point, I've brought this up in my like critique of Fallout New Vegas. I brought it up because it's important to know. Like, yes, they missed the targets here. That cost them some money. But like, what's the claim? Are you saying that they should still get paid the bonus? Well, then they would be breaking the contract. Like, how does that make sense? And then they go back and they say that, well, you know, it's just a scummy contract. Okay, well, cool, but also they signed the contract. Obsidian signed the contract. They agreed to do that for that money. Like, they chose to do that. It's not anybody's fault. Like, if you sign a contract that screws you over, it's your responsibility as an adult and especially as a business to know what you're signing. And if you get screwed by it, like, it sucks, but that's just, it's kind of your fault for not knowing what you were agreeing to, as long as it was clearly outlined in the contract.
Death of the Old Me donated $49.99
Oh, geez.
through Super Chat. Watched your video today, pretty saucy.
Yeah, sure was. Saucy. I just like, I don't know, I'm so burnt out. I'm starting to get heartbroken. I actually was telling Nikki, she's like, because I have this Assassin's Creed chair, right? And I told her, I think I need to swap out the chair because I like the Assassin's Creed chair. It's a sexy chair, especially for being for free, because Secret Lab sent it. But for one, I'm pretty disenfranchised with Assassin's Creed. Two, it's really hard for me to like come off as super impartial, or maybe not impartial, as super level-headed about discussions on Assassin's Creed, for example, when I have an Assassin's Creed chair. I mean, on the one hand, maybe you could say maybe it makes me look more, like, it gives me more qualifications because I'm like clearly a fan of Assassin's Creed. So me describing it maybe, and having the chair, maybe that makes it more valuable a perspective. I don't know. But like, I don't know, it just feels weird. It would be like me, you know, critiquing Bethesda while having a Fallout chair, or like Cyberpunk people, with reviewers that were and influencers that were hyping up Cyberpunk 2077 that had the Cyberpunk chair that they sent out. Like that to me just is bad optics. I don't know. What do you think? Maybe I'm thinking too much about
Atova donated £5 through Super Chat.
Thank you, Atova.
Hey, watch your videos enough. I figure you deserve a tip. Thanks and keep it up. Open mouth smile.
Thank you. Will do that. Much love. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you again, Phil, for the 14. Thank you, Death of the Old Me, for the 50. Very, very generous. And Atova, thank you for the 5 as well. You all are great. Get a Starfield chair. That would be really funny. Get a Starfield chair. I'll make my own. I want something that's not so freaking huge. Like, I like one of those smaller, like Herman Miller chairs that only goes up to like here, so that you actually can see more of the Titanic over my shoulders. You don't have this massive thing. Kind of want to do something like that. Or the Obama chair, exactly, London. Those chairs are apparently very, very nice. It's is it the Iron, whatever that is. Has this chair been comfortable? It's a nice chair. The thing I've said before though is, like, if you have a bad back, do not get a racing chair. Like, racing chairs, why are they called racing chairs? Because they're for racing. They're for race cars, okay? They're not made to be comfortable. They're made to be functional. The only reason we have gaming chairs as like this racing design is because the first couple of them were, because they thought it looked cool, and that became the standard for the industry. People think racing chairs, they think gaming chairs, and they put the two together. But it's not practical at all, okay? If you have a bad back, just go get yourself a good office chair. Like a nice, if you can afford it, get a Herman Miller. Those things are amazing. Get one of those. Don't get a racing gaming chair. This thing's all about the looks and like quick, convenient things. Like you can replace the armrests and stuff, slide these up and forward. It is not about being good for your back. Is it comfy? Yeah, it's fine. But I wouldn't call this like, when I worked in real estate, the chairs we had in that office were very nice chairs, ergonomic whatevers, and I'll tell you what, like those things are way more comfy. Way more comfy. Theoretically, you should just buy a nice office chair since they tend to be cheaper and actually built to support you. Exactly. Nice gaming or nice desk chair, or like, you know, they have some chairs that are branded as ergonomic, and just get one of those. Do race car drivers have armrests? The really good ones do. But it's like they'll lie to you and they'll say that they don't, but they do. They're just lying to you. I have a racing gaming chair, and even though it looks kind of cool, it destroyed my back. Yeah. You gotta just do it. You get a nice chair. The racing chairs, the gaming chairs, they look cool, but if you're sitting in it for extended periods of time, it's just not worth sacrificing your back for it, you know? It's just not.
A 7-month deep project with them ultimately resulted in 20 to 30 layoffs from.
Yeah, and this, to be clear, like, this sucks, but also, like, what is the point? Are you saying they should have gotten the bonus? Are you saying the contract was predatory? Honestly, it seems it's actually, as far as I understand, it's very normal to have contracts where you hire a company to make a spin-off game and they get bonused, even, you know, if it's a company underneath your purview. People get bigger bonuses based on the Metacritic. So, like, for example, with Sony Santa Monica, people got bonuses at that studio based on the performance of that game. What did I just do? Did I just skip it? What? I don't know what I just did. I touched my mouse and then it skipped. Anyway, like I said, I don't really know what the point of this is.
Bethesda has also been extremely aggressive in their marketing and branding practices, waving around hefty lawsuits to companies and fans over brand protection. They threatened Mojang with a lawsuit in 2012 due to Mojang naming a game Scrolls, and more recently, a small indie developer had problems because their game was titled Pray for the Gods.
To be clear, This also, and this is what kind of bugs me, like, because people throw this out all the time and they don't seem to understand it. If you have a trademark, you legally, in the United States, especially if your company is registered out of Delaware, where most U.S. corporations are based out of, specifically because the majority of major corporations are based in Delaware. And as a result, if you ever get in a lawsuit as a corporation, the lawsuits go through Delaware courts, which means all of the precedent is just Delaware precedent. And the Delaware precedent for corporate cases and lawsuits and things is very, very pro-corporate, pro-company in the debate. So all of these companies are based around Delaware. Or based in Delaware. That's where they're registered out of. They might not be headquartered there, but they're they're registered there with the federal government and everything. So as a result, through that, if you have a trademark, you have to enforce it. If you find out about it, you have to enforce it. That means if I were to register a trademark for, I don't know, like Even Stevens Entertainment, and then I came in and I found out that somebody made a podcast called Even Stevens. If I want to keep the trademark, I have to go and file a cease and desist. I have to go in there and I have to hire the lawyer to get it shut down, threaten lawsuits, all of this stuff. Because if I don't, and I look the other way for 5 or 6 violations or potential violations, and then for one, like say then Disney launches a TV show called Even Stevens, and then I choose to sue them over it, Disney's going to come back and be like, look, they didn't enforce it this handful of other times. They're selectively enforcing it. They shouldn't have the trademark. And the court will rule with them that they shouldn't have the trademark. So if you have a company, a big multi-billion-dollar company, and you have trademarks for things like, you know, the word Prey, for Fallout, for Elder Scrolls, if there's anything that could so much as slightly be interpreted as a violation of that copyright, you have to go after it. Otherwise, you may lose the trademark. It's how it works. So when I see people bring this up all the time, and I get it, it looks like gross corporation being super slimy and going after these little guys. I get it. I get the perception, but it's important to note that this isn't actually how this, like, there's a reason it works this way. Let's just say that. There's a reason it works this way. And it's not always just because they're trying to be evil and toxic. It's usually because their lawyers are saying, listen, we have to do this. Otherwise, we might lose the trademark, and we can't stand to lose the trademark, because then you could have every knockoff company coming out with the Elder Scrolls whatever, and it wouldn't be enforceable. So it matters to understand that point.
In both cases, the names had to be changed. Just over a year ago.
Is that what happened with the day before? Not quite. In the case of the day before, they just didn't register a trademark. They just didn't think of doing it. So they didn't register the trademark. They announced that their game was called The Day Before. Some dude went out and registered The Day Before as a trademark. And then when the game got close to launch, he filed paperwork and said, you have to pay me. I own the rights to The Day Before. You have to pay me to either buy the trademark away from me or something else. So he basically, whoever owns that, we don't know who, but whoever owns that basically blackmailed them because they were incompetent and didn't prepare and didn't get their ducks in a row before announcing their game. So yeah, they're being blackmailed, but it's also because, like, they were really, really stupid. So let's just be clear. It's a calendar app. Okay, so it's probably, I would guess that it's, if it's a calendar app and they trademarked it and it's the day before for a calendar, maybe they honestly do just want the trademark for it and it's going to be like their app or their tagline or something. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. I don't know.
Bethesda released Fallout 76, and the lid finally blew. A decade of frustrations and complaints, all neatly packaged into one $60, barely functioning online experience. Fallout 76 had it all. The lies, bugs, crashes, microtransactions, awful PR. It was glorious. Todd's finest creation, his magnum opus. But people weren't happy with it, and now, over a year after its release, people are somehow even less happy with it. Bethesda has made some good stuff over the years, but you'd be wrong to say that they were ever the god-tier developer they're often remembered as. If you look at the last decade and a half's worth of actions from the company, their recent actions seem to be reasonable progression. And as much as the executives at ZeniMax are to blame, Bethesda's PR and development teams really don't help themselves. The infamous tales of how they handled the canvas bags, the refund denials, the banning of innocent players, and some of this stuff is still going on.
Oh yeah, somebody had too much ammo, so they got permabanned because they thought they were cheating. And then when they said, I didn't cheat, you can check like the logs, I acquired this ammo very slowly. They said, nope, get over it.
A few weeks ago, Bethesda banned one of Fallout 76's most loyal players, who'd gone out of his way to develop an online interactive map of the game, and also found and reported bugs to Bethesda. Also, releasing a video called Save Player 1 a year before they took their traditionally single-player game online wasn't the brightest idea. But Bethesda will learn from this though, right? How can they not learn from this whole thing? Well, if recent events are anything to go by, it doesn't look like they have much interest in putting out the flames currently engulfing their public relations. And if Fallout First is anything to go by, it looks like they're actually having a good time making it worse. But the hopeful fans of this very confused company will continue to watch from the sidelines as they run about rapidly, throwing atomic shop sales and dodgy bug patches around until the next groundwork is finally revealed, with one man and one man alone, knowing whether it will be worthwhile or just another big fat lie.
Starfield. It just works. I don't know, man. It's so heartbreaking to see how they screwed it up so bad and they just so totally do not care. They just do not care. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I hope Starfield's great. Probably gonna be a little rough, but I hope it's great. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna see if Maddie wants to come on. Maybe I'll pitch it as like a debate. Maybe I'll be like, Maddie, can we, like, for fun, could we do a debate where like you argue for Starfield being something people should be excited for, and I'll argue against? Get like Carrick from ACG to like moderate it or something. That could be fun. I don't know, just something, or maybe we'll just talk about it again, because I think it's baffling to see how quickly people have just seemingly forgotten about it. Like, it's just crazy. Who was it? What's his name? Lone Vault Wanderer. This guy, he's very, very nice. He's a nice fella. But this guy is one of the most hardcore, like, Bethesda simps I've ever seen in my life. Like, he used to work there, so to be fair, he's not like entirely impartial. He used to work for them, but he is so sycophantic about it. People asking if I think Starfield will be good. Bethesda Game Studios is one of the best developers around. X to doubt. Skyrim and Fallout 4 weren't mega hits for no damn reason. Skyrim was a mega hit. Fallout 4, I don't think, it sold well, sure. But if we're talking about gamers' perceptions and, like, what most people thought of the game, I don't know if you can say that it was a mega hit. IMO, this game will be awesome with an incredible Bethesda charm. Call me a fanboy. I don't care. I'll be proven right. Fanboy. Done. Bethesda cannot shadow drop Starfield. It's not a digital only release. There's a collector's edition and probably a disc. Unless they manage to secretly distribute it to retailers globally without a single leak, they'll need to announce a date first and then ship everything. Yeah, most likely. I mean, I agree. It's extremely unlikely they shadow drop it. I like the idea of them shadow dropping it because I think it would break the internet. I think it'd be really, really funny to watch, like, Sony ponies freak out so quickly from 0 to 100. I think it would be really, really funny. But yeah, it's just hilarious. But no, it won't. You know it. Stop asking. Starfield PS5, will it ever come to the Sony console? Honestly, though, like, I don't think it will, to be fair. But if Bethesda wanted to just come out and, like, I said this at the top of the stream because they announced that they were doing the patch for what's it called on the PS5, Outer Worlds. Then they're bringing a patch to the PS5 to improve it, whatever. If Microsoft wants to get this Activision deal through, it might actually be a pretty good play to just waltz in and be like, sure, you guys want Starfield? We'll give you Starfield. We'll bring it in 6 months. See? We can talk. We're negotiable. We'll play nice. You never know. You never know. I mean, I still don't think it'll happen because I think it's a huge get for them anyways. But still, it could be a cool, like, 4D chess means of doing it. Spacer's Choice Edition.
Now playing a Spacer's Choice advertisement jingle.
Attention all qualified customers of the colonies. Spacer's Choice has a very important question.
Shall we get back to mischief or what?
What if there was a product that everyone loved, but then we gave it better looks?
When I'm out walking, I strut my stuff.
Better speed. Better everything.
I just might stop to check you out.
Remember, oh, this ain't just a port. They did a lot.
So overtime is really family time.
Would having that product make you a better person? Yes, it would. Now, because we spent our entire budget on it, back to the song.
Let me go on, like I glister in the sun. Let me go on, because I know you're the one.
Spacer's Choice Edition includes improved visuals, increased double cap, and every piece of DLC. Only 5 colonists were harmed in the making of this app.
Taste the freedom.
That's pretty crazy. That's pretty wild. I mean, honestly, what I think they're probably doing is they're trying to get Sony, like, gamers on board and, like, to really like Outer Worlds. So when they drop the trailers for Outer Worlds 2, people are like, maybe I should grab an Xbox or something. Oh, that's pretty cool. Are they charging for it? Players who already own the Outer Worlds and its associated DLCs for Xbox One, PS4, or PC can upgrade to the Spacer Edition for the latest generation of consoles, or, if applicable, from that same PC store at a reduced purchase price. So it is a paid upgrade. The side-by-sides they showed, I'll be real, I don't know if, like, one of these looks better than the other. It just looks like one has an Instagram filter on it and the other doesn't. Like, honestly, I kind of prefer the look of the first one. Like, I kind of prefer the right, which is the original version. The second version, I guess that's improved resolution. You can see the resolution of the texture. You can actually read it there. So that's cool. So they improved that. But, like, I'll be real, I kind of prefer the color of the original a little more. I also think the glass looks a little better, but maybe that's just the lighting. Looks like they filmed it at sunset. Like this, yeah, the right doesn't look super great. It's kind of over sharpened. The left, it looks like there's further draw distance. A little bit. They just completely reworked it. I don't know. Apparently they've done a lot of stuff. I don't know if it's like better. It's just different. It's just different. Daniel, good to see you, my friend. Glad to have you. Sounds good, Lizzie. Sounds good. We're gonna wrap up too. I just went for an extra hour accidentally, so oops. Oopsie poopsie. That color grading is nasty. That was one of the things I always felt about the Outer Worlds, is that they just were very aggressive. 2 keyboards. Why? One's for the streaming PC, one is for the gaming PC. So this one and this mouse are for this computer. This and this are for the streaming PC, which is under the desk. So anyway. And I have a third. Yeah, go back earlier in the stream and you'll see me pull out the third. That's, you know, that's why you tune into the streams, for those special things. But anyway, I'm going to wrap it up there. Thanks everybody for hanging with me. I'm going to go to the gym before I forget. If I come back on Wednesday and I have not been to the gym twice, you guys have permission to tease the crap out of me, okay? So I need you, because I need that reinforcement. If I come back on Wednesday for the stream and I didn't go to the gym twice, tease me. Call me like fat. Like, I don't care. Just like be ruthless, okay? I need it. Drink your water. Yes, I'll go drink my water. Much love, everybody. Stay safe out there. Go check out the new video on Assassin's Creed, and I will see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.